Okay, so we're back. Hopefully we do a good session this time. We got some special soda. I'm trying to think like, what is this soda? Yeah, it's soda. I'm hoping for a 5-hour stream, but we'll see. Yeah, just keep pushing this again and again. But I mean, I was doing a few other games over the weekend. Yeah, we'll be doing this over. Well, I'll be doing this tomorrow for a few hours, and then over the next week, this current week, I'll be trying to do this in a hotel. But yeah, it depends on internet. Like, internet can be pretty good, but then you try it and it's weird, so who knows. Sometimes even bad internet's perfectly fine. I think it depends on how many people are in the hotel and how close you are to the you know, the source of it, and that might be it, really. Maybe the time of day. I have had that be a thing before. Alright, here we go. But yeah, we're going to try to get through a night, but I'm pretty confident nights are going to be pretty long from now on. But we should be just about done with the exposition. But we'll see. Oh gosh. I like how fancy this room is, and it's like, yeah, you shredded her up right here. Okay. Arkwood's room doesn't exactly scream vampire. I wasn't in a right state of mind last time, so I didn't get a good look. Also, it was dark, but okay. Or wait, was it daytime? No, it was daytime. Just the lights were off, I guess. But it's just a normal apartment. There isn't a bottle of blood in sight. She said she doesn't suck blood. Anyway, no mysterious sculptures or antiques either. This isn't her permanent apartment, dude. She's visiting. She literally got here. I think she even told us she's only been here for like either a week or a month or something. So like, I'm sure she'll say it. Still weird. I muttered to myself as I laid her down on the bed sheets. Arkwood might be right, because she's yeah, unconscious. Arkwood might be light, but that doesn't make it any less exhausting to have carried her all the way here, really. How light is she then? If it still was... Well, I guess he was tired, though. I plant myself right there on the floor and catch my breath. It's just about 7 o'clock. In the morning? Yeah, I guess so. I forced one last ounce of strength into my tired bones and shut the curtains. And with that, my body finally releases the tension it had been holding on to all this time. As I try to sit back down, my knees give out and send me crashing down onto the floor. Ever since my accident, my body's been slow to heal from injuries. I can't wait till we get a full explanation on what the heck this accident did. He doesn't heal from injuries quickly. Oh, well, I mean, okay, but he said he was anemic, so there's some issue with his blood somehow. Because, yeah, anemic means your blood doesn't clot, and your blood doesn't clot, I believe, because you don't have enough white blood cells. Though that was never cause for me to shy away from working out. The Arimas had a dojo, so I always made sure to exercise as much as I could. Even a common cold can be dangerous if you don't take care of yourself. But since I've kept active, I'd say I'm about as fit as anyone. It's just my stamina that's awful. What's that mean? What does it mean to be as fit as anybody, but your stamina's bad? Like, usually when you say that you're fit, that means that that's all about your stamina. like it doesn't matter how fit you are if you're only capable of doing whatever for 5 minutes. versus everybody else can do it for 30 minutes, then fitness doesn't mean anything. So yeah, I thought fitness is all about like how long you can do something. I'm about as, I'm trying to think, like muscly or whatever. Strong. So he's like strong, but he can't, but no endurance. Like an athlete geared for a single sport, I'm a sprinter that isn't going to be winning any marathons. Okay. I don't think that's a good analogy. Now that I'm lying on the ground, there's no way I'm getting up again. I spent the entire night talking to Arkwood, and it's been a full day since I had anything decent to eat. Well, I mean, she literally asked you if you wanted food, and then you said no. Oh, it's been like over 24 hours. Whatever. Like, what? It's kind of amazing that I've managed to hold out this long, frankly. I still glance at the girl on the bed. Her abdomen seems to have stopped bleeding, and if she can come back to life after being dismembered, I'm not really sure I need to be worried in the first place. My head throbs like I have a fever. I'm so tired I can barely breathe, yet here I am, more worried about her than myself. Maybe I really am coming down with something. Just noticing that I'm a little dark. And if I'm gonna be dark, I might as well have like a little bit of a lighting here. Then he goes to sleep, I assume? I can't hear this, so I'll read it. The collision is believed to have been caused by a malfunction. It's suspected that the motorcycle's brake pedal stopped working just as the rider was coursing down a steep hill. 2 people have been reported injured, though fortunately there were no fatalities. Guess I was tired enough to pass out right on the floor. Looks like someone opened the curtains and covered me with a blanket while I was still snoozing. I'd wager it's past noon by now. Shouldn't be her though, but okay. The TV is switched on and playing the same old news in the background. I look to the bed, but I don't see Arkwood. She's taking a shower. Prop myself up to get a better look around. There's a hint of movement coming from the kitchen in the next room. Okay, well, she's not in the bathroom. I keep expecting, like, not twists, but, like, surprises. So here, I'm gonna imagine that one of the maids found me somehow. Yeah, I mean, I have my phone on me, so. And then Arkwood's just, like, kind of hid when she came in, maybe. But this is probably the last time I'm going to be like, what's the unexpected thing that happened? Because if Arkwood's just in the kitchen, then I'm just like, whatever. I shrug off the blanket as I lurch to my feet. I'd better head to the kitchen and check on her wounds. For our next story, a fire broke out at Kuramibashi Dome Hotel in the early hours of the morning. As no alarms were set off, the blaze remained unnoticed until approximately 6 a.m. when returning hotel staff learned of the situation and alerted the police. Returning hotel staff? See, this is why I'm confused. Are they implying that in Japan, hotel staff just leaves during the night? Like, that's... Huh. So, and it's fancy, so you'd think, hey, I want to eat at midnight. Oh, well, they don't have staff here, so screw you. The police are currently working in tandem with the fire department to extinguish the fires. I freeze in place. My gaze is drawn back to the newscast. Is there noise? Oh, it's just very quiet. 200 guests staying at the hotel remain unaccounted for. Authorities are working to put out the flames as soon as possible, but they have yet to find any survivors. The news anchor continues droning on about the details in a detached voice. A list of 200 names scroll across a photo of the hotel we stayed at last night. Neither Arkwood's nor my name is listed. Well, yeah, because you guys didn't check in using your names, obviously. Police indicate this might not have been an ordinary fire. Damage to some of the interior walls of the hotel suggests a structural fault may have caused an explosion that... I turn off the TV. 200 guests remain unaccounted for? I mean, yeah, you were talking about how there was piles of bodies everywhere. Like, somehow he even knew about the bodies on other floors. But anyway, he was like, the carnage is unimaginable. And I was like, this is kind of weird because they were on the top floor. So he was like implying that they were killing all the bodies on each floor on their way. So the dogs were getting stronger and, well, there was, I don't know. I mean, they were using the flesh of the bodies to make the dogs. It's just weird because Vlav wasn't drinking their blood, I think. Well, I mean, he could have been, I guess. Whatever. It's just weird because it's like they were describing that there was a lot of people dying, but not really the reason. Because, we only saw 2 dogs, right? And Vlav, I mean, he could have killed a whole bunch of them, sucked their blood, but I don't know, it just kind of feels unlikely. I mean, he does get stronger when he drinks blood. Maybe, I don't know. They have yet to find any survivors. They already know what they know. Why hold out on telling everyone the truth? No, they don't know. They just know that there's a lot of dead bodies, probably, at most. And even then, you don't know how many. And heck, I mean, if you saw a lot of these bodies, you'd probably run. So, clearly some of these people would run away, you would think, so. So they're probably thinking, we don't know if all 200 people are dead. Could be 100, could be 50. It's probably hard to tell. That every last person in the hotel was engulfed by those insane flames and burned to a crisp, leaving nothing behind. Wait, so, see, this is why I'm confused, because they're like, oh, there was a fire in the hotel, but they didn't say, the entire hotel was on fire. They were portraying as if you looked at the hotel from outside, even though there was fire inside, you couldn't see the building was on fire until the hotel staff came in for their morning shift. Oh yeah, it came in for the morning shift. That's why, because the hotel staff at night got killed immediately first, because they were on the first floor. Right. I mean, they never explained why the fire alarms didn't go off, though. It feels like a little too convenient, really? Okay. I mean, Flav could have blocked them. I just kind of find it a little odd that that's the first thing he would do. It was so calculated that he shut off the fire alarms before he started his whole attack. I mean, it's not like he's stupid. It feels like something that would slip your mind, especially as a vampire. They're all dead. It says, yeah, again, Shiki's just like, they're all dead, And it's like, okay, if you say so. I mean, you have no proof. You didn't see multiple floors of dead bodies. You saw not even your own floor of dead bodies, because your own floor only had, nobody, technically. Just one girl and then the dogs, and that was it. We don't know about the rest. But somehow he knew about the rest of the floors. I can't. Not here, not now. Simply feeling sick would make me no better than swine? After coming out of that alive, the only thing I should let myself feel is hatred. 200 people. 200 people of whom not a trace remains. Why are you saying that? I mean, he could have turned some of those bodies into zombies. Anyway, I'm just... it's just weird that, like, Shiki knows exactly what happened, and it's like, how do you know this? Based on what proof or anything? Like, remember, he still took the elevator back down, so he didn't look at the other floors, so it's just, he just somehow knows instinctively what happened. 200 people of whom not a trace remains, who were massacred without a shred of sympathy or mercy. That should have been like a comma, but okay. His face flares vividly in my mind. In the fighting game, I think he looks cooler when he actually is like all prim and proper. But I get it, like he's in the middle of going crazy right now. I don't know who he is. I thought he said his name. What? Okay, whatever. All I know is that he's the monster behind the carnage. Is my heart numb from all the things I saw? Fear still courses through my veins. Anger, too, coiling around like a snake. Yet my thoughts remain cool and collected. It's like my brain and my heart are working on two different frequencies. Just thinking about that fur-clad man makes me want to rage. Yet my fingertips tingle with alertness, primed for action. I don't need emotions to know what to do. I don't need fire or heat or passion. All I need is to cleanly cut through his lines. Wow. Oh, you're awake! Anyway, Arkwood pokes her head out from the kitchen. Arkwood talks to me casually, like nothing happened. Her sweet smile takes me by surprise, and I need to swallow hard to even out my breathing. The cold thoughts of vengeance that clogged my mind melt like snow before the sun. What am I even thinking about? Get it together, Shiki. The whole reason you got up in the first place was to check on Arkwood. Arkwood seems to be just fine. It looks like she's back to the way she was before. If anything, she's definitely looking better than I'm feeling right now. At least the person in my immediate vicinity is safe. What the hell am I talking about? Arkwood isn't even a person, at least not in the usual sense. How did I forget that? I must still be half asleep. Yeah, I wonder how much she's lying to us or whatever, because yeah, that's kind of weird. Because like she literally couldn't even move only a few hours ago, and then suddenly here she's like, oh yeah, I'm fine, no big deal, and it's like, really? Arkwood's eyes are wide with surprise. Did she not even realize she rescued me? I'm still annoyed that I got killed the way I did, because like there was like no good explanation at all about like, oh, you stayed in the room versus you left the room. I mean, I know it was just the dogs, but that's bullshit. I guess the idea was that I was being too timid by being like, oh, I guess Arkwood will protect me, but then when she protects me, she's still thinking like a vampire, so yeah, she wouldn't think, oh no, the dogs might blow up if I cut them, you know? Like, it's so weird. It's such a weird thing. The dogs exploding is just so weird. I'm wondering if it's gonna come up again, because the dogs exploding, it's like, what? I could have sworn, didn't we fight Whatever, we'll see. I could have sworn that we fought some of those dogs when we first in that alley, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
ありがとうって。別にいいよ、そんなこと考えなくて。シキがグローブと出会った原因は私にあるんだし、シキに感謝される資格はないもの。
Maybe he wasn't speaking Japanese. I mean, it makes sense. So maybe he was speaking a different language, and so he couldn't even tell when he actually said his name.
助けられたのも事実だろう。アルクエイドは俺をかばってくれた。その点だけは本当に感謝してる。
確かに事実だけ見ればそうだけど、やっぱりそれは違うよ、シキ。見張り役を引き受けなければあなたはあんな目には合わなかった。
And maybe this is going to be the part where they're like, "Hey, we're partners." It's not like you're doing more work than me or I'm doing more work than you. We're like equally to blame and stuff. So it's like, yeah, just yeah.
シキの生活に毒を混ぜたのは私よ。あなたは私を憎みこそすれ、感謝するのは間違ってるんじゃない？
Arkwood has gotten weirdly caught up on this.
間違ってないよ。自分の行動は自分で責任を持つしかない。ずっと昔にそういうことを教えてくれた人がいたんだ。周りがどうあれ、自分が望んでやったことは自分の手で決着をつけなさいって。
Which is why I don't hold the slightest grudge against her over the whole guard thing either. If there's anyone to blame for getting me into this mess, it's myself.
そっか。言われてみれば、盾が必要になったのはシキが私を殺したからだものね。
Yeah. We're talking about cause and effect, and again, this is the last time we're gonna bring it up that like, well, technically it's Shiki's fault, but then technically it's Arkwood's fault because she shouldn't have went into the city and went into Shiki's vision in the first place, and technically it's Shiki's fault for having his eyes come getting in the accident, being awakened, the eyes being awakened, blah 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 blah. Anyway, here we go.
あなたを巻き込んだことについて私が謝る必要はないってこと？
ああ、そういうこと。自業自得なんだよ、今の俺は。
自業自得か。うん、シキってば初めから運が悪かったのね。人を殺すにしたって私以外の子にしておけばこんなことにはならなかっただろうし。
Well, that's the weird part, because for some reason he wouldn't. It's implied that he wouldn't have done this to anybody else for some reason. Because he, like, again, well, yeah, maybe it's like, oh, he felt love at first sight, and that somehow triggered his response to want to kill her. I don't know. That's assuming I would have killed someone else at all. It's not like I make a habit out of stalking people down the street and murdering them. I wish that they actually address this more than just, it's not like I make a habit out of it. It's like, no, he literally has never done this before, ever, right? So, and he's never even been tempted to do it ever, right? So, Arkwood was the first and only person for whom I ever felt that uncontrollable urge to kill. And I have a feeling I wouldn't just feel that for anyone else.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, we are adjusting this.
忘れ物でも思い出したの？
いや、忘れ物というか、なんていうか。考えてみれば、どうして俺はお前を殺そうなんて思ったんだろう。
Arkwood knits her brows in disapproval. A fair reaction. You wouldn't want to hear that your murderer doesn't even know why they killed you.
理由なんてないんじゃない？
Yes.
だって、シキは根っからの殺人鬼なんだから。
See, like, this is so weird, because, like, she's being serious right now. She's just like, I just saw you were crazy. And, like, whether you're crazy or you're a nice guy who just suddenly wanted to kill me, what's the difference, really, right? Like, it's a pretty big difference, but okay. But yeah, she'd be treating you the same way either way, which is, yeah, weird.
私を襲った時なんてすごく手慣れていたものね。チャイムを押して扉が開いた瞬間に手を差し込んできて、有無を言わさず中に押し入る。
She's like, I love the way that you raped me. And by raped me, I mean killed me. Like, okay.
こっちが驚いている間に狙撃で生命活動を停止させて、あとはザックザクに切り裂いてバラバラにする。
Oh, that's interesting. So with his first attack, she literally was maybe not killed, but like heavily damaged enough that she couldn't even counterattack just after the first attack. The first slice or stab or whatever.
うん。あの不意打ちは完璧だった。
See, she's like, ooh, I love people who kill me, which has never happened before, but I guess I love it now.
どのくらい完璧だったかっていうと、あの時の指揮をそのままキャンバスに閉じ込めれば、それ以上はないほどの絵になるぐらい完璧だった。
You know, it's funny that she says that, considering I think if we go back at that to see that scene, the camera angle is so bad that you can't. It's not even like a good picture. It's like even from like a ooh, look at the artistry in this. You know, ignore the part where somebody dies, but like look at the artistry in this where somebody gets stabbed. Like we don't have that in this game. That's a visual novel. It's very kind of silly.
私がまだ正常なままだったら、お城に持ち帰って飾ってあげたいぐらい。
She's talking about the castle. Arcuate excitedly rattles off a litany of bizarre praise. But there's just one issue.
そう。
けど、今回は殺した相手が悪かったわね。シキが今まで何人殺してきたかは知らないけど、獲物に私を選んだ時点で年貢の納め時だったんじゃない？何よ、さっきから怖い顔して。言いたいことがあるならはっきり言えばいいのに。私とあなたの間で今さら我慢することなんてないでしょ。
Maybe he's gonna actually explain his life now a little. Actually, I'm just a normal kid, and you were the first person I ever killed, and that's it. How right she is. I nod and beckon her to come closer. Why?
何？
Okay.
内緒話？
I'm gonna fall unconscious. Arcwood closes the gap between us quickly, eyes sparkling with anticipation. I bring my lips to her ear and decide to say my piece. In a whisper for some reason.
あのな、アルクエイド。
Oh, she... okay, we'll see where this goes.
うん、何？
Like you were my first.
そんなわけないだろ、このバカ女！
Okay. My voice echoes throughout the apartment. I blasted Arcuwood's eardrums with all the volume I could muster. Arcuwood groans as she makes a big show of clutching her ear.
もう、あったまきた。突然何するのよ、シキ。
怒りたいのはこっちの方だ。なんか微妙にめちゃくちゃな注文してきやがるかと思えば、お前、そういうことだったのか。
Yeah, right. Yeah, this part, yeah.
え？そういうことって何？
俺をイカれた殺人鬼だと思い込んで、化け物相手に盾になれとか見張りをやれとか無茶な注文をしてきたことだよ。ああ、もうとんでもない勘違いをしやがって。いいか、この際言っておくけど、俺は殺人鬼でも殺人狂でもない。人を殺すなんてお前が初めてだったんだから。
My confession must have come as quite the surprise. Her sheer shock makes me finally realize how extraordinary it was that I murdered her. Yeah, that's like the whole point. Like, because you'd think, oh man, this guy's like so crazy. Like it's like she was impressed by how expertly he assassinated her, even if he killed her for no reason. But in reality, it's like, nah, you think I'm some sort of pro. I'm like not even an amateur. Like, it was just like this is like a once in a lifetime thing, and then I also did it expertly out of nowhere.
嘘。あんなに手慣れてて、あれが初めてだったっていうの、シキ。
But again, like, yeah, we're doing the sex analogy here. Anyway, yeah, just think about that and everything that we've read so far, and just connect those dots. You know.
そうだよ。こんなおかしな目を持ってるけど、俺だってそれなりにできるだけ真面目に生きてきたんだ。この線を使って人を殺したいなんて思ったことは一度もない。
それじゃあどうして見ず知らずの私を殺したりしたのよ。
Why do they act like that's a reason to kill somebody? I guess that feels like a Japanese way of thinking. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, you could also just say like, well, it makes sense because if you don't know somebody, then that has to mean that you're like a psychopath for killing them out of nowhere for no reason, right? But like you said, it's just an urge, so.
だからそれが
I'm about to tell her I don't know, but pause as I realize just what a coward I am. I mean, he already said he doesn't know, but okay.
あの時俺は
Because it's a pretty big difference between her thinking, oh, you're a serial killer and you just happened to kill me, versus, oh no, I've never killed anybody before and you're the first person I ever killed. It's like, okay, these are very different situations.
お前と街ですれ違った途端吐きそうなぐらい気になって。
I mean, I don't think he had to use that wording, but okay. Yeah, she's gonna love that. Oh, you saw me and wanted to throw up. Cool. From the second I saw her, I could only think of her snow white form. I couldn't stop the lust welling up beneath my skin. Why do you say lust? Because you wanted to kill. Your lust to kill, I guess, yeah. Nor the vulgar grin that crept across my face as I chased her down. Yeah, this is more detailed than when we first heard it. When we first heard it, it sounded like he was like moving like a zombie, but then suddenly we're like, he literally turned into a serial killer the second that he saw her. He's like, gotta kill her. Like, I'm loving it. Like, yeah, like that's like so out of nowhere.
俺は
Also, so I don't know if I said this before, but it's really funny that, I mean, okay, to be fair, the lines can be anywhere, but it's funny that like one of the lines was just on two of the fingers, some of the hair, and the tips of her toes. It's like so particular.
気がついたら君をこの手で
Right here, in this room, without any rhyme or reason, I chopped up that beautiful figure and stood in the puddle of her bloody remains.
そうか
Strength evaporates from my body. No longer able to stand, I dropped to my knees. Of course, I don't have any right to be angry with Arkwood. Even if she's alive now, even if she was never human to begin with. The fact remains that I killed her with my own two hands.
何よ、またいきなり黙っちゃって。そうかって何がそうなの、シキ。
だからごめんって言わなくっちゃ。
I just realized how Japanese I am. Then again, I can't really think of any like any story to compare this to in Europe or American stories. Oops, I accidentally killed you. I better say I'm sorry. You know, like I guess it is possible that they would, that if this situation happened in a Western story, that they would feel like they have to say sorry. But it still sounds like, you know, weirdly half-baked, like, no, but I better still say I'm sorry. And it's like, what's the point? Like, I'm alive now, and also you don't even know why you did what you did. So apologizing, I don't know. I feel like that's more of a Japanese thing. It's Japanese to just, well, you got to make sure you apologize. But like Western, in terms of Western culture, I think I feel at least like you have to understand why you're apologizing. You have to. So, you know, if you don't understand why you're apologizing, then it's not like a meaningful apology. Right here, he's like, well, I gotta apologize to you because I cut your life short, and you know, you could have been if you were human, then you'd actually be dead. And it's like, it's a pretty big difference. Like, I guess in this way, it's almost, I mean, I kind of view this as he accidentally killed her, as silly as that is, but like that's kind of what it feels like. Anyway, I've been using how weird this all is to avoid doing something incredibly important.
ごめんな、アルクエイド。俺は君をここで殺した。俺は何よりそのことを一番最初に謝らないといけなかったのに。
For some reason, I thought he actually had done this, but maybe he was just thinking about it or something. No wonder Arcuid thought I was just some cold-blooded killer. Without showing any guilt or remorse, I've been acting like I was the victim. I thought he was showing guilt and remorse, but maybe it was all in his head. Not just that, even now I still don't know why. Exactly.
殺したのは事実なんだ。だから俺は罰を受けないといけない。こんな人殺し、みんなの社会に混ぜるわけにはいかないだろう。
What I did was beyond evil. A person who decides to take a life without reason doesn't deserve to walk free.
そう。四季は本当に自分でも理由がわからないのね。
I nod, still hanging my head.
つまり楽しいとも感じなかったってことでしょ。確かに殺人鬼の中には息をするみたいに人を殺すやつもいるけど、四季は普段はまともっぽいよね。
そうだな。一応そのつもりだけど。
いえ、まっとうすぎるぐらいまともよ、あなたは。それで殺したくなったのは私だけなの？
See, I could have sworn that he already said that he had never wanted to kill somebody like that before.
ああ、アルクエド以外にはそんな気持ちにはならなかった。
Maybe I'm just getting really mixed up about what he's saying out loud versus what's in his head, I guess, maybe.
なんだ、なら問題ないじゃない。ほら、顔を上げて四季。あなたは殺人鬼なんかじゃないよ。
I lift my head as if I've been forgiven. Arcuid is smiling, brimming with such confidence and trust that it startles me. I killed her, but she believes in me more than I believe in myself.
それに何の罰も受けなくていいと思う。たまたま四季が殺したいって思った相手が私で、厄介なことに四季にはこれ以上ない殺人技巧が備わっていた。けど都合のいいことに私が吸血鬼だったんだから、誰も死んでないでしょ。だから四季がそんなに悩む必要はないよ。人間たちの社会の道徳も気にしなくていいと思う。人間にあなたは弾劾できない。だって今のところ世界で四季を責めていいのは被害者である私と当事者である四季本人だけなんだから。
それはそうだけど、お前を殺したっていう事実だけは決して変わらないじゃないか。
Even if what Arcuid says is true, even if there's no proof that any crime occurred, I'm still going to carry this sin with me forever. I mean, she literally forgave you, but okay. But you know, it's the thing where you have to forgive yourself.
それは当然よ。私だってまだ根に持ってるんだから、そう簡単に忘れられちゃ困るわ。だけどね、四季。ちゃんとあなた本人がそう思えて、ずっと後悔していくんなら問題はないんじゃない？
That'd just be cheating my way out, though.
四季、人間の中にはね、どんなに世の中を恨んでいても悪魔に魂を売れない人がいるわ。例えば吸血鬼相手にごめんなさいなんて言える正直者とかね。 だから大丈夫。誰が何て言ったってシキ本人がそうじゃないって言い切ったって、シキはまだそっち側の世界にいられるよ。
I'm at a loss for words. How can she say such kind, reassuring words to the man who murdered her?
ほら、
Because you
そ
didn't
ん
kill
な
her,
こと
but
より
okay.
私たちにはもっと厄介な問題があるでしょ。シキの目も覚めたんだし、今後のことを話し合いたいんだけど。
Of course.
あ、
It's like someone flipped a switch. One moment Arkwood is cheerfully shouting away, and the next she's on the ground. Well, yeah, why is she talking in the middle of the day? It's like, wait, shouldn't she be recovering? And also, just even if she wasn't recovering, she should still be like, you know, weakened. I rushed to her side.
参ったな。やっぱりまだ無理みたい。
Her breathing is labored, and beads of sweat glisten across her brow. My eyes wander to her abdomen, where the slightest trace of red has started to seep through her white sweater.
お前、この傷。
That's the one she incurred while protecting me in the hotel.
ブローブに裂かれたところね。シキにやられたせいで治りが遅くなってるだけよ。とりあえず傷口だけは塞いでおいたんだけど、あんまり効果はなかったみたい。
Her tone is still as cheery as ever, but I notice an undercurrent of pain shuddering around the edges.
塞いでおいたって何で？
それ。
I won't speculate. Arkwood gestures at a brown object dropped haphazardly on the wooden floor. At a glance, I mistake it for a small ring cake, but upon closer inspection, I realize it's packing tape.
バカも休み休みにしろ！
I mean, if it was in America, it'd be duct tape, which is actually perfectly fine. But it's not duct tape, so it's not strong enough.
ガムテープで傷口を縛るやつがどこにいるってんだ！
Actually, probably a lot of people, depending on what their options are.
もうあんまり人のことバカバカ連呼しないでよ。なんだか本当にそうなのかなって考えちゃうじゃない。
うるさい！いいから傷口を見せろ。
I reach out a hand to lift her shirt, and Arkwood quickly steps away from me, dropping backwards onto the bed with a soft thud.
ふざけるな。傷口が開いたらどうするつもりだ？
いいよ、こんなの放っておいたって。シキこそバカな真似はやめてよね。女の子の服を剥ごうなんて人よりタチが悪いわよ。
あのな、俺はお前を人間として見てないんだから、男も女もないだろ。ほら、いいからおとなしくしてろ。俺をかばった傷で死なれたら一生負い目ができちまう。
Arkwood pouts and glares at me for a moment, but ultimately rolls over the bed in my direction. Her lips still firmly shut, she gets back on her feet with childlike reluctance. She's sulking about it, but it looks like she'll at least let me take a look.
よし。どんな手当てをしたのか、ちょっと見せてみろ。
Yeah, that's normal. Arkwood lifts her sweater to reveal her abdomen. I have to resist the urge to go off on a tirade again. I mean, that seems exactly how you should do it, really. I don't know what the alternative is here. For a second, I thought maybe she just did like 3 little pieces or something. That'd be a little weird. But like, it looks like she wrapped it around her body, so yeah, that's what you do. The tape is tightly wrapped around not just her wound, but her entire abdomen. Yes. The second she lowers her shirt again, I pull Arkwood up into my arms.
何するのよ、シキ。
ベッドに寝かすんだよ。病院に連れて行きたいのは山々だけど、そういうわけにはいかないだろう。
I place her back onto the bed as gently as I can.
いいか、俺が戻ってくるまで絶対に動き回るなよ。さっきみたいに歩き回ったら、お前のことなんて忘れてさっさと逃げるからな。
I'll quickly scan the room. Not a first aid kit or even a bandage in sight. Duh, of course. In sight? Go to the bathroom! That's where it would be! Guess you don't need any of that when you can revive whenever you want to. There's that too. And hell, this might be the first time she's ever needed medical treatment. Yeah. She literally said that. I feel around to check how much I have on me. 2,000 yen in cash. Not a lot. That actually is plenty. $20? I'm pretty sure a first aid kit's like $10. I mean, I guess it depends what you're buying. If you're gonna buy like a whole bunch of gauze, then maybe you only barely have enough. Maybe. Also, she clearly has money.
お前金持ちだって言ったよな。
お金には不自由してないけど、それが何よ。
現金でもカードでもとにかく貸してくれ。手当に必要なものを買い込んでくれ。
And then she's like, I don't have that on me. I have money, but not cash or credit card.
お前に効果があるかどうかはわからないけど、最低限の手当ぐらいしよ
う。いいけど、無駄かもしれないよ。
無駄でもやるんだ。そのまま放っておけるもんか。
わかった。なりに意味はあるかもしれないし。
Arkwood holds out a wad of 10,000 yen bills in front of me. Okay, so she does have money. I'm not even going to ask where she pulled this stack of bills from. I don't know where it would have been from. That is weird. She's just like, yeah, here. And it's like, wait, where'd you pull that from? You know, just like almost out of thin air or something.
お前は黙って横になってろ。あ、でも眠っちゃダメだからな。横になってもちゃんと起きてるんだぞ。
What? Shut up, you. Stop acting like she's a normal human.
シキ、すごく無茶な注文してるよ、それ。
無茶だけどやれ。眠ると体の機能は低下する。免疫力とか抵抗力な。
Do you really believe vampires have an immune system? Or at least like a normal immune system? Wait. This is the exact opposite. Wait, what is he talking about? This isn't how this works. I thought like he was concerned because she'll pass out and bleed out, maybe. Like that's where that makes sense, that you don't want somebody to go to sleep. But this is... Your body doesn't work as hard when you're asleep. Yeah, that's the point. Instead of supplying blood to all of your extremities, it will supply blood to the parts that actually need to get fixed. Which means your immune system is going to be a lot weaker too. No. Why is it that when you're sick, you go to sleep? Now, you could argue that the disease weakens you and so you can't stay awake anymore. But I have never heard anybody say, well, if you push through the tiredness and stay awake, that will heal you faster. I've literally never heard this, and that's what he's saying right here.
なんで、傷が塞がっていないまま寝ると、ますます悪化するんだそうだ。睡眠で回復するのは頭の疲れだけで、傷や病気は治してくれないだろう。だから、とりあえず手当てをするまでは起きていた方がいい。
I'm gonna just say that Nasu, the writer, just doesn't know, or I should say didn't know what he was talking about back then. Like, even if you have a broken leg, sleeping helps. Sleeping helps when you have something swollen too, so whatever. And she's like, I don't understand what you're talking about, but sure.
あのさ、なんで笑うんだよ、そこで。
だって、シキが頼りになるんだもん。
She must have a screw loose somewhere. But I keep from saying anything. I need to get back to the job at hand. I'll leave her bedroom and remove my blood-stained jacket before I head out. Time to go shopping! Wait, what? Something in the kitchen catches my eye as I head for the exit. He made food, I assume, yeah. Sitting on the table is a meal, or rather, a plate of food. Maybe a mishmash of ingredients would be more accurate. At the very least, I think it was something that was supposed to resemble food. This must be why Arcuid was in the kitchen earlier. She said she normally doesn't eat anything, so I don't exactly need to guess who she was preparing all this food for. I'm annoyed. I can't stay here a second longer. I dash into town, hoping to find something that'll help her heal. Okay. And then he's going to be seen by somebody, maybe? We'll see. At least that was my intention, but it's not like I've ever given first aid before. I'll just buy whatever supplies come to mind. Disinfectant, gauze, bandages, painkillers. Don't bother with the painkillers, dude! Probably anti-inflammatory, maybe? Bandages. Why bandages and gauze? But whatever. Oh, and better pick up something nutritious, too. Can't really go wrong with that. Thankfully, I'm not short on money. It might be my inexperience speaking, but it's better to buy too much than too little. It's not like I know what'll actually work on Arcuid. With that philosophy in mind, I end up buying every single thing I can think of. Yep, figured. I ignore her carefree giggles and protests and instead try to apply the gauze as delicately as I can. The wound isn't that big. No, it may not be big, but it's at least 4 centimeters deep. A laceration across the abdomen like this would be fatal to any normal human. That is not fucking true at all. 4. So here's the thing. At first I thought, of course, oh, 4 inches. That's pretty significant. Oh wait, 4 centimeters? Isn't that like less than 2 inches? Then no, it depends. Well, I mean, obviously it depends where, but I mean, first of all, it depends on how much fat is on somebody's stomach. Usually people have a little bit of fat. Of course, in this game, they're portraying that everybody has 0% belly fat. Of course. But if they had 0% belly fat, still, 4 centimeters? Like, I mean, it would cut into, it depends. Even if it cut your liver, the liver would heal from that. And I'm not saying that the liver would heal from a 4 centimeter deep cut. I'm saying that within the body, I think you could get cut 2 centimeters and take basically minimal damage, pretty much. So it'd be like 2 centimeters into the liver. Liver is fine. 2 centimeters into the small intestines, I think it's fine. I believe it's fine. I mean, obviously you'd have to sew it shut. So there's that. Which reminds me, he didn't buy any sewing materials, did he? That would have been the most obvious thing. He didn't even check the wound before he got supplies. Like, think about the logic on that one. Now, 2 centimeters into the stomach, that would be pretty significant. I think that's about it. That's the only organs that would be a big issue. I mean, of course, blood loss is a big deal, but you could argue that that's the case anywhere that you get cut. Yet that's all she had to say about it. Her organs already healed up somehow. Honestly, that part is freaky, so I don't really want to think about it too hard. Since the bleeding had stopped, all I needed to do was dress the wound, though the process wasn't as smooth as I hoped it would be. I wasn't sure if disinfectant would do much on a wound as big as this. What does this mean? I feel like this is literally written for 15 or 16-year-old people who just don't know what these things even are. Disinfectant. Does this work on wounds that are this big? Disinfectant works on literally fucking anything. What are you talking about? Or if it might actually be counterproductive? I have never heard of disinfectant being counterproductive to putting on a wound. So that's weird. But in the end, I used some anyway, hoping it would help. Maybe like the point of this is just that it's to kind of get him familiar with dressing wounds for later in the story, maybe? That makes the most sense. I was a little afraid that Arky would thrash about from the antiseptic's sting. Yes, because clearly this is somebody who has a normal sense of feeling, right? She was cut into 17 pieces, but I don't think that she can stand getting a little bit of antiseptic sting, you know? She'll get really, it'll hurt her so much. But she sat through it quietly without so much as flinching. I'm not sure if she's just thick-headed or indifferent to this kind of thing.
Yoshi.
I apply the gauze to the wound and start neatly wrapping the bandages around it. Also, clearly this section is to build up their relationship more than anything. I mean, clearly, like they're like learning about each other more than anything in particular is going on. Arkwood's gleeful laughter rings through the room. You don't flinch at all from the antiseptic, but the bandages feel ticklish? Yeah, it does make you wonder. I ignore her till I manage to pin the bandages. I've heard that tightening bandages across a wound can stem bleeding, so I give them one final tug for good measure. She probably doesn't feel the tightness anyway. Okay. Phew, looks like I've done all I can for now. The curtains are closed again. I shut them... I shut them when I returned out of concern for Arkwood. Wait, I thought that he had already closed them. So what, did she wake up and then open the curtains and then start making food in the kitchen? Is that what happened? When did the curtains get opened?
さて、格好だけはつけてみたけど、どうかな?
Whatever.
動けるか、アルクエイド?
Okay.
動く分には問題なさそう。中身はまだぐちゃぐちゃのままだから満足には動けないでしょうけど。
What a weird thing to say considering we were literally told that her organs were completely healed, but okay.
そうか。ま、それはそっちの方で何とかしてくれ。
Like if her internal organs have already healed, I have to assume that one more night will make it completely healed, but okay.
俺は切るのが専門で治すのは管轄外だ。
I take a step back and sit myself down against one of the walls.
お疲れさ、もう寝ていいぞ。眠って力が戻ればすぐに治るんだろ。見張っててやるからおとなしく寝ていてくれ。
This is what I'm talking about. The logic here. You heal faster when you're asleep, right? Like, then why did you tell her to stay awake when you were gone? Like, what possible reason was there for this? Whatever.
寝ても傷は回復しないわ。四季も言ったでしょ。睡眠で回復できるのは疲れだけだって。
At least she's keeping track of the story.
私の場合ね、力は純粋な時間経過で回復するものなの。夜になればとりあえず普通に動けるぐらいには回復するわ。
I mean, it's especially confusing because how does fatigue even work with a vampire? Because, like, you know, you could say that theoretically a vampire doesn't need to sleep for 30 or more days in a row, sure, but it doesn't change the fact that during the daytime they're still going to be weaker and they're not going to be able to do much anyway, so it's like, I mean, fatigue still builds up for a vampire, you would think, so sleeping during a time when you can't do anything else anyway is just logical. She can tell me she's fine all she wants, but it tugs on my heartstrings to see her suffer like this. She's literally not feeling the wound, but okay.
いいから眠ってくれ。今のお前、話しているだけで辛そうじゃないか。
Is it?
そうだけど、せっかく式が起きてるんだもの。
Okay.
眠るのがもったいなくて。
Arkwood sits on the bed again. She's in full-on chatty mode. There's no fighting it. I've still got some things I want to know anyway, so I guess we might as well talk for a while. Can't wait to hear what these questions are.
アルクエイド、昨日のホテルのこと聞いていいか？
そうね、やっぱりそういう会話になるわよね、私と四季の。
昨日のあいつ、ブローブとか言っていたけど、あいつは一体何なんだ？吸血鬼なのはわかる。仰々しい服とかお前よりよっぽどらしかったからな。けど
I mean, that's a big question. How did she determine what the correct fashion that she would wear would be? Then again, I guess you could just say that she's actually trying to blend in with society, whereas Vlav just doesn't give a crap at all. And so he's like, whatever, I'll wear what I want and then hopefully I die quickly kind of thing. Again, I think he wants to get himself killed. I think. Then again, there were those blue flames of his that engulfed the hallway but burned only humans. That's totally removed from my image of a vampire. I mean, the idea that he can set fire to organic things isn't too crazy, but okay.
私よりらしいって何をらしいって。でも確かに四季の言う通りか。
To be fair, he is a vampire, whereas she is a true ancestor. I don't know why they keep acting like true ancestors are vampires when they've literally described true ancestors, and it's like, well, that doesn't sound like a vampire. There's nothing about them that sounds like vampires. That's why I want them to talk more about true ancestors. It's like, what the heck is a true ancestor? Because nothing about them sound like vampires, but then dead apostles, it's like, oh yeah, they're a vampire. Yeah, okay, no big deal. But then true ancestor is like, what? What the heck is that? That's like saying, oh, well, there's dead apostles, which are vampires, and then above the dead apostles are the werewolves. And it's like, what? What are you talking about? This seems not related. And it's like, yeah, yeah.
あいつ、体も崩れていないし、原理も小規模だったし、人間が思い描くオーソドックスな吸血鬼なんでしょう。
His principles, pretty small scale. Like, I assume his, like, powers?
あの炎の川を覗けば、ね。
それだ。やっぱりお前から見てもあの日は異常なのか？あいつはお前より強い。
Why do we keep going back to this? It's like, we already have established that she would be insanely strong if not for you cutting her. Arkwood heaves a sigh, tinged with annoyance.
そりゃあね、誰かさんに殺されてしまった私は、あんな二流の人と戦いをするレベルまで落ちてるわよ。今の私とブローブのスケールを比べるなら、あっちの方がやや上ってところ。
That's true though. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, shouldn't she be, like, way weaker? But then I just realized, wait, she can swipe her hand and create, like, a slice with air pressure. That sounds about the same level of power as him. The only question is whether she can hit him, basically. You know, it's kind of like they both have, like, zero defense to each other's attacks. So, yeah, whoever hits the other one wins.
そうか。普段のアルクエイドならなんとか倒せる相手なんだ。
Somehow? Why is he not thinking, hey, you know all those attacks you've seen from her? They'd be like 10 times stronger, or even maybe more than what you've seen. Like, that'd be insane. Like, you know, right now, she can swipe and cut anything in within like a 20-foot radius. But like, if she was 10 times stronger, she could literally cut like a hotel floor in half or something. At least, you know? So it's like, logically, based on what she's told you?
なんとかって、普段なら戦いになんてならない。
Right.
もう、誰のおかげでこんな屈辱に耐えていると思ってるの？あんな祖になりたての見習い、本当なら睨むだけでぺしゃんこにできるんだからね。
Oops, she's angry now. That said, I'm not asking how strong she'd be in a hypothetical situation. I need to know if she's able to defeat that vampire the way things are.
できないわ。今はブローブの方が上だもの。 単純な性能で下回っているんだから、無策で戦えば殺されるわ。
Well, it's kind of funny that she said that since that's what happened just now, but okay.
ずいぶんきっぱりと言うんだな。さっきはあんなに怒ったくせに。
ただの事実よ。分かりきった話なんだから、予断も希望も挟まないわ。
The impact of her words reverberates through my chest. It seems Arcuid is dead serious when it comes to fighting. Seeing her talk so coolly about death just reminds me that she's a vampire all over again.
まあ、四季の言いたいこともわかるけどね。あの炎は確かに厄介だし、ブローブ本体の力も上司にふさわしいものだし。私に少しでもあいつの知識があれば、多少の戦力差は覆せるんだろうけど。
アルクエイドはあいつを知らないのか？
How can she not know him? Didn't she come here to kill this Castellan in the first place?
私、吸血鬼に知り合いはいないわ。
Any?
知り合ったということは、次の瞬間に殺しているということだもの。今回みたいに顔を合わせたのに別れたなんていうのは特例よ。
The way she's portraying this is weird. So, like I like to think that I know a little bit about her, but I am a little confused about how her life up to now has been. I thought that she regularly meets vampires, but again, she might just be saying, well, I don't meet vampires regularly, but I do meet other ancestors regularly. And that's like a difference, you know, technically.
でも、あいつの方はお前を知ってるようだったけど。
I mean, he literally called her a princess.
初対面よ。私は吸血鬼たちに知れ渡っているから、あっちが勝手に知っていただけ。他の吸血鬼たちも同様。基本的に私たちに面識はないから。
But again, he was speaking a different language, I guess.
でも名前や素性だけは知っている。歴史を重ね、得意な能力を保有する個体ほど名前が知れ渡るのは当然でしょ。ブローブはその逆。まだ名もつけられていない新参者なんでしょうね。多分祖になって200年ぐらいかな。
またその単語か。祖ってのは何なんだ？
Oh, he finally cares.
まあ吸血鬼たちの王様みたいなものかな。
Yeah, the aristocracy, I suppose.
式には関係のない話よ。
関係あるだろ。要は城主ってやつのことか。あのゾンビたちを操ってる親玉というか。
上司と祖は必ずしも同じじゃないわ。強力な使徒ほど上司になりやすいだけで、上司はいわば地方領主みたいなものなの。
I mean, we already went over this, so it's really weird that we're going over it again.
祖はその上、領主たちを輩出するさらに上の吸血鬼。使徒たちの世界は27の勢力に分けられているの。27の国があると思えばいいわ。
So I have heard of this 27 dead apostles before, but I don't think it's like ever relevant because I don't think we meet many dead apostles at all. I'd be surprised if we met more than 5 of them. I mean, in this game alone, I think we probably only meet 2, probably, maybe. That's how like, oh, there's 27, sounds cool, but like, well, dead apostles mean nothing compared to the ancestors, so... Or wait, or... Oh, this is confusing, because, like, wait. Because I thought that the way she was wording that, it was as if dead apostles are similar to ancestors. So basically, a Castellan is in control of the local territory, maybe one of the 27 territories, kingdoms, but the ancestor is above them, probably.
その国を統べる、あるいは国そのものとされるのが祖と呼ばれる古い吸血鬼、使徒の頂点に立つ者たちよ。
We've literally seen the power structure already, so it's really weird that they're saying this. 27 kingdoms and 27 rulers. Makes sense to me. I guess even vampires vie for power, just like humans do.
待てよ。それとんでもない相手ってことじゃないか。
Well, we already knew that. But also... whatever. He has yet to actually question, like, wait, who are you? What kingdom are you part of? What? And it's like, this seems relevant.
まあ、そうね。ブローブはまだ未熟者だけど、それでもあなたたち人間から見れば災害と変わらない。昨日のホテルもそうよ。あいつは1階から最上階までやってきただけだった。人間なんて殺す気はなかったし、心底どうでもいい存在だった。
Yeah, that's what. Well, it's weird that she says it like this. Like, oh, he just happens to be walking about and just is passively burning everything around him and creating familiars too, passively. But also, like, he passively shut off the fire alarm system. This is why I don't get it. Like, yes, he clearly feels detached from what's actually happening around him. Yet, he still shut off the fire alarm. This is why it just feels like bad writing.
でも、それだけで人間は死ぬ。あの炎はあいつがいるだけで発生する呪いのようなものだから。
He just has to exist for people to die around him? And he doesn't even care about humans? Yeah, he's a vampire! But doesn't that also mean that... We already knew that.
ええ、私がいたからブローブはやってきた。
Arkwood confirms my fears. Vlav's presence might have been what killed... all those people, but we were the ones responsible for bringing that disaster to their doorstep. It's weird because when they were on the top floor, I was literally thinking, okay, well, if somebody comes to kill her, isn't every floor below them at risk? But it's also weird because she bought out the entire floor. So why did she even bother buying out the entire floor? It wasn't like she was trying to avoid collateral damage, because clearly collateral damage was going to happen because she's on the first floor. So she was probably also just thinking, well, if they come for me, at least there'll be a little bit of a sign that they're coming, I guess. It'd be all too easy to blame Arkwood for everything, which you should, but okay. I'd have every right to do so as a human. She's just a vampire. She doesn't even care about human life. Vlav and her have that much in common. But then again, who was it that made it so hard? So she had to flee and hole up in a hotel somewhere. Again, though, like I view him killing her as an accident, so it's just weird to be like, I'm the one at fault, and it's like, you did it like unconsciously. It was almost like you were sleepwalking. You can say it's still your fault, but it doesn't change the fact that it was 100% unavoidable. So, but yeah, he doesn't care. Who deserves the blame here? The answer is simple. There's only one person responsible for getting innocent bystanders. It's me. I'm the one that killed the...
同じ間違いは繰り返さないで。弱い生き物から消えていくのは当然のことでしょう。
Sure, I guess.
彼らが死んだのはいつの間にか自分の身を守れないように進化した人間という種全体の責任よ。
Okay, if you say so. It's also kind of weird to say that, considering that we know that the church can defend humanity, but whatever.
人が人を殺したというのなら、確かに人間社会での罪になる。けれどこれは人間と人間外のものに起きた自然淘汰の一環よ。あなた個人の責任なんて思うのは傲慢だわ。
I mean, you can be personally responsible for somebody dying to a tornado if you do your job bad when you're making a basement, you know, for instance. So it's kind of weird to say that. Like, so you can't, a person can be responsible for a weather phenomenon killing a person.
傲慢って俺が。
ええ、あなたが人間の代表ならそれでもいいけどね。いい？例えば山の話。そこには肉食獣たちのコミュニティがあった。彼らの食事には人間も含まれていた。そしてある日、その事実を全く知らない人間たちがやってきて、彼らを残らず自分たちの営みのために全滅させた。この場合、どちらに罪があるというの？人間から身を守れなかった彼ら？それとも彼らを皆殺しにした人間？
I mean, it would be the humans, since they're the instigators, but okay.
それは。
Arkwood's parable shakes me out of my self-loathing. It wasn't a fable she made up to comfort me, but one laden with scorn and disdain. The burden of guilt, the weight of life, something I, and maybe humanity in general, are overly concerned by. I understand what she's trying to say. In her story, neither the humans nor the beasts carry any sin. What happened was simply nature, the way of the world. The only fault lies with the species unable to ensure their own survival.
でもここは。
The human world, a human city. This isn't a matter of humans being too weak or vampires being too strong. A city is a place where weaker humans can congregate for shelter and protection, to be stronger together. I say no to that, but okay. That's a interesting interpretation, but I suppose it's a very Japanese interpretation, I guess. So it's fair for me to question my own responsibility in bringing a vampire into that sanctuary. I mean, the vampire was here before you even knew it was here, but okay.
そう。私も間違ってたみたい。あなたは確かに殺人鬼にはなれない人ね。
Yeah, we knew that.
なんだよ。その。
I mean, he never once even mentioned, hey, I gotta go to school. Hey, I need to go home to my, to the mansion. He never mentioned it once. I kept waiting for him to mention it, and it's been like, what, 3 days? And he has not mentioned once, hey, what about those things? And it's like, oh, well, he's so responsible for her situation that it's not like he could do both things, right? Like, I thought at least the first day he'd at least try to go to school still, and then come back to help her. But I guess, but I was wondering immediately, like, oh, but how's he gonna be able to sleep enough if he goes to school, then he comes back to her, and then what, goes straight to sleep, and then wakes up a couple hours later when she wakes up? I mean, it could work out for a little bit, but yeah, they didn't even attempt that. They were like, nah. Though to be fair, I did make a decision about siding with her, so maybe theoretically, if I had picked the other option, I would be trying to balance my life a little bit. Here, it's just like, fuck human responsibilities. I'm on this hot vampire chick's side. I'll do whatever the heck she tells me to do. Which is an interesting route.
俺が甘いっていうのか。
それ以前の問題。
Oops.
だからここではっきりさせましょう。シキ、あなたはこれからどうするの？
Yeah, we're asking this 2 to 3 days later.
吸血鬼と戦う？それとも逃げる？
I mean, he's already started fighting it. I thought we were gonna figure this out the first or maybe the second night.
好きな方を選んで。私はもう強制はしない。見張り役の約束は昨日一日で完了よ。
I mean, that's the other thing, because like the fact that they went to that hotel and then were like, okay, guard me for when we get attacked, and then I made my choice, you know, to either stay or leave. So I already chose. Are we gonna do another decision? She's asking me what I plan to do next. Isn't that already obvious?
でも覚悟をして。吸血鬼と戦うということは人間の枠から外れるということ。
Right, because this is possibly the abandoned humanity route, whereas the other route would be try to keep your humanity or something. is my guess.
あなたたちがどれだけ犠牲になっても、それを自分とは関係のないことだと思えなければ、あなたは必ず破綻する。それが間違っていると思うのなら、昨日までのあなたに戻りなさい。それが人間という種の一番正しいあり方だから。
That really makes me wonder what would happen if I actually did choose this option. If instead of, you know, because, you know, like, oh, I'm so resolute, but, like, wait, so I can actually back away here? That feels like that would, like, be a... Because, again, it'd be crazy if you just showed back up at school at this point, or, you know, back at, Akiha's mansion, and then be like, oh, hey, I guess I gotta explain everything, you know? And then hope that Vlav doesn't show up, of course, too. Who knows how Vlav would view Shiki. Maybe he might view him as, like, a potential hostage, maybe? But I don't know. I mean, vampires aren't really supposed to think that way, but yeah, you never know. He could think that way. Arkwood's sharp gaze pierces right through me. I know what I should do. If I want any chance of living a normal human life, I should run. Out of all my options, distancing myself holds the best outcome for me. Yep. But I made my decision already? What about Arkwood? What's best for her? No, I shouldn't be thinking about her. I should be putting it myself first. If I stick around here with her, I'll undoubtedly run into that monster again. He was out of this world. Not just as a vampire, not just because of his flames. His very eyes were void of normality. That deadened stare, bereft of emotion, cold to all things. A creature who cares nothing for the lives of humans, or even those of his vampire brethren. There's no way I could face him again. Having nearly been killed once already, I know that fact in my very bones. I've got to refuse. I have every reason to. No matter which way I look at it, this entire situation is way out of my league. Just wanted to check my audio.
アルクエイド、俺は
But is that really the right thing to do? I'd be abandoning Arkwood. Arkwood, the woman who's weak and unable to even move around properly, all because of me.
俺は
Yeah, now that's a pretty good image right there. I'm just running away from the monster that mercilessly burned his countless victims alive without so much as a second thought. Can I really pretend that never happened? Forget what I saw and live on as the only human survivor without even a pang of guilt? I'm the only one who can see the lines of death. Someone important once told me I was given these eyes because there might come a time when I'd need them. So the answer is obvious. I might not be able to rid myself of my doubts and fears. I'm not even sure I'll be able to make a meaningful contribution. But what I am sure of is that I want to do something.
四季？
アルクエイド、お前の話は俺には分からない。どんなに相手が違う生き物だとしても、どんなに俺が無力だとしても、責任は同じなんだ。俺はやっぱり多くの人を見殺しにしたし、だから今さら自分だけ逃げるなんて。
I mustn't run away. I sigh deeply and stare up at the ceiling. There we go. At least my resolve is finally rock solid.
吸血鬼を倒す。それがあのホテルにいて自分だけ生き残った俺が取るべき責任なんだと思う。
My affirmation is just as much for myself as it is for Arkwood. Arkwood sighs as if blaming herself for my decision. Okay.
そっか。じゃあ私は何も言わない。四季が一緒に戦ってくれるのは助かるしね。 あなたならブローブなんて問題なく一撃で殺せるんだから。
いや、それは無理だろ。あいつの周り熱くて近づけないんだから。それ以前にどうやってあいつを見つけるんだ？
見つけるって、四季ってほんと極端なのね。逃げないって決めたら今度はこっちから攻めに行こうだなんて。
なんとなくそう思っただけだ。極端の化身みたいなお前に言われたくない。
私は効率重視なだけよ。まあいいわ。言っておくけど、ここからは持久戦だから。一番確実な戦法は私の体力が戻りきるまで逃げること。あと3日もすれば私の規模は3割ぐらいまで回復する。それだけの出力があれば私一人でもブローブを倒しきれる。
3日？いや、でも。
Yeah, we don't know how many people will die in that time.
ええ、その3日間ブローブは野放しよ。あいつは地下に潜って人間から血液を補充する。それだけじゃない。あの様子からすると夜の街を徘徊するかもしれない。あいつ正気が欠けていたし、姿を隠さないと教会に狙われるなんてセオリー頭にないのかもね。
Right.
それはダメだ。あいつはいるだけで炎をまき散らす怪物なんだぞ。一日だって放っておけるか。
なら昼間のうちにブローブを見つけて殺すしかない。でもそれには反対よ。大まかな場所は目星がつくけど、睡眠中の人ほど用心深いものはないわ。今の私たちじゃ返り討ちになる可能性の方が高いもの。
そんな、奴の居場所に目星がついてるのにむざむざ見逃すっていうのか。
That's actually really stupid for her to say, because it's better to try to deal with him now rather than let's wait in a couple days when he's gonna have more blood, he's gonna have more resources, familiars, everything,
ええ、言ったでしょ。人間が何人ブローブの餌食になろうと私には関係のない話だって。
He's gonna get stronger, but who cares? I mean, to be fair, she should get stronger faster by recovering, but she doesn't even know that she'll recover back to 30% in 3 days. That's the weirdest part. She literally doesn't know that. I think she also has said that she underestimated how weak she was, so she's probably underestimating how quickly she'll recover anyway. I swallow hard. I understand what she's saying. If we're to play it safe or even stand a chance at all, then it's better to wait for Arkwood to recover from her wounds and regain her strength first. Oh no. I feel like a big choice is about to come up. But on the other hand, the more time we waste here, the more victims will fall right into Vlov's hands. Oh boy. This is obviously going to lead to a dead end. Or one of them. No. I mean, I just feel like we have to go search for him now. It just seems really stupid to let him... I mean, here's the thing. There's only 2 options. Either literally do nothing, or try to learn about him, over the course of the next couple days, and maybe find a weak point, I mean, the smart option is the lazy option, which is do nothing, but again, I mean, I don't really know why he wouldn't be able to take down the city in 3 days, but whatever. But yeah, it'd be kind of lazy. I mean, also it's worth noting that the last option I did, which was the lazy option, was actually the wrong option, so there's that too. Well, anyway. Here we go. Arkwood is right. I'm sure that focusing on recovering her strengths, even if more vampires get hurt in the meantime, is logical to a vampire. Not to mention our best shot at victory. Isn't that the opposite of what I just said? We'll see. I guess you're right, you're a vampire after all. But I can't accept what she's proposing. Okay, yeah, I was like, what? This plan just doesn't sit right with me. I didn't agree to help her fight so I can survive at other people's expense.
お前の方針は分かった。でも本当に不意はつけないのか。睡眠中の人は用心深いって言うけど、どのくらい危険なんだ。
I think back to yesterday. In her sleep, Arkwood was utterly defenseless. Any living creature is vulnerable in hibernation, of course, but Arkwood didn't even seem aware of the outside world. It was like someone had taken her batteries out. If all vampires work that way, we might have a chance. I mean, do we really have no answer about whether all vampires work that way? But I mean, it is worth noting that supposedly she's not weakened by the sun. Supposedly. Like, she's only doing this day-night schedule because she has to adjust to Vlov's schedule, technically. But they're not really mentioning that. I have a lethal ace up my sleeve, as long as I can get close enough to use it. Vlov might be too dangerous to approach while awake, but if he's sleeping...
どのくらい危険かって、ほとんど城攻めのようなものよ。使徒は堅固な要塞を作って、その奥で眠りにつく。
Yeah, this is the crap where they talk about, it's similar to, mage workshops where they're like, there's all these traps and they're like prepared to take on anybody who might try to invade or whatever, but it's like, sure, but that versus fighting him in open combat, like if those two are the only options, you know.
正門から最深部までは眷属たちが警護しているから。
See, that's stupid to say that because, like, so you are trying to imply that I wouldn't be able to get through his entire layer in 12 hours? Really? This sounds incredibly hard to believe. If you started right from sunup till sundown. And, I mean, even if you didn't make it all the way, you would still severely lower his defenses. So there's that at least. I guess maybe it'd make you yourself vulnerable, maybe.
Why
are you mentioning? We already know it'd be easy for her.
安く見ないで。万全なら正面からそれだと簡単に逃げられちゃうんだけど。歴戦の人は事前に逃走経路を用意しておいて、自分より強い個体がやってきた場合、一目散に逃げ出すのよ。
I mean, you say that, but, like, would they be gone very quickly during the daytime, you know? Can they... I mean, I guess maybe they could have an escape route during the daytime, but, I mean, Vlad clearly does not have much sense of self-preservation anyway, so I don't know why she's saying that. Oh, turning that on its head, the odds seem good that a single human would fly beneath their radar. That may be the one advantage I have over Arkwood. It takes an army's worth of munition to raise a castle, but only a single dose of poison to kill its master.
分かったよ。確かにお前と俺のコンビじゃ攻め込むのは難しそうだ。でも、ブローブの根城はそんなに危険なのか？いや、大きさとか手下が多いとか。そういう話だけど。
難易度的には中の下ってところかな。城っていうより迷路だし、デパートを利用してるだけだし。
Oh right, yeah, because we're getting. She's actually explaining this part, where the location is.
うん、きっと入り口はあそこ。それは間違いないと思う。
デパート
That seems weird.
そう、北口の駅前の公園の前にある大きなやつ。うまく隠されているけど、あれ、使徒の巣よ。食料はあのデパートから上司の元に送られてると思うけど。
本当にそのデパートかよ。いや、それより町の中心に吸血鬼の住処があるっていうのか。
何よ、作ったのは私じゃないったら。あなたたちの家だってアリやハチに巣を作られるでしょ。それと同じよ。使徒は人間の血液に寄生するんだから、住処は人間の町に近いほど効率的だし。
If anything, I mean, it's kind of funny that he says this because it's like, look where she made her lair. It's just some random apartment in the middle of town. Like, the only reason why he didn't himself do that is probably because, well, I mean, it depends how much he's trying to hide, I guess. Arkwood seems unbothered by what she's saying, but I have to look away. Any other reservations I had go flying out the window, but I won't let this parasite leech off this city for a second longer. Not so close to home. If he was like 10 miles away, though, if it's a fight he wants, it's a fight he'll get. I'll do what Arkwood can, and finish this by myself. And we'll see if this results in my death. Apparently, it can last a while before you actually die from decisions. So we'll see. Okay. We'll wait until you've recovered your strength, I eventually replied. Then, with the issue resolved and our course of action decided, Arkwood went straight to sleep. I left the apartment as soon as she drifted off. My destination goes without saying. A department store by the station where Vlav makes his lair. The Shoya Station shopping district looks the same as ever. Chic department stores line the streets, vying to catch the eyes of passing pedestrians with flashy products, displays, and advertisements. One in particular is larger and more recognizable than the rest. This is one of the biggest stores of its kind in all Soya. It's probably the area's most distinctive landmark. Even now it's bustling with shoppers. There's just no way. I mean, just hide in the basement. How can this place be a vampire's lair? It's a stone's throw from the station, for God's sake. That said, I can't imagine Arkwood was lying. She might be lacking in common sense, but I trust her knowledge and judgment. In fact, perhaps it's because she thinks outside of the box of human norms that she's got this place figured. Come to think of it... I don't remember that any rumor. Easy work for good pay, taking all applicants. It seems like an obvious urban legend, a cheap trick to lure in gullible labor, but it's maintained a strangely constant presence online, never really blowing up, never quite dying down. Perhaps there's more to it than meets the eye. No one ever elaborates on what the job entails. It's not even clear if anyone ever managed to land it. I mean, normally I would think that would just be stocking large products on shelves or something. And yet the rumors keep swirling, a continuous signal going out to whoever might be listening. So whatever the truth of it may be, one thing is clear. Someone out there is in need of extra bodies. It should be worth noting, though, that Vlav would not be able to use the internet. I'm just saying he just wouldn't. So then that would mean that would have to be a significant... I forget what level of vampire it is, but yeah, a significant up the chain conscious vampire. So whatever the truth of it may be, one thing is clear. Someone out there is in need of extra bodies. Wait, is it daytime or nighttime? Or maybe it doesn't matter. That's right. They didn't really mention if they're, the human familiars would still have some vampire powers. And they'd be active during the daytime, right? So, yeah, that would be an issue. After an extensive search, I conclude that the department store is clean. From the underground food court to the specialty shops on the 7th floor, nothing seems out of the ordinary. There's just one thing that bothers me. Why are there only 7 floors? Judging by the size of this place, there should be at least 10. Probably storage in the attic. The elevator buttons only go up to 7, and the 7th floor stairs are blocked off with a keep out sign. Well, that's just blatantly obvious, okay? I mean, that's actually where I expected. It was like either it's in the basement or some cubby hole attic area. Clearly. That was just obvious. But he was like, oh, but how? And it's like, well, I think that the answer is pretty obvious here. I wait until nobody's watching, then slip under the rope and head up the stairs. They do lead further upward, but I soon find myself at a dead end. What's that mean? In place of an entrance to the 8th floor, a shutter blankly refuses me passage. Just cut through it. Next to it is a locked door and emergency exit. If there's anything here... I contemplate whether to keep going or to turn back. Why does he even say some of this stuff out loud? I know full well how reckless it would be to carry on. I'd be venturing alone into the devil's den. I'm gonna die, aren't I? Given all my brushes with death in the past few days. I mean, some of these things are pretty easy to kill, I'd like to mention. Like, they literally have lines all across their whole body. So it's like, just swipe anywhere and you should kill it, but whatever. The danger I'd be putting myself in feels all too real. I grip my knife tight in my pocket. If worse comes to worse, I have my eyes to fall back on. Wait, what's that mean? Use your eyes immediately. What are you talking about? I did consider that it would have been safest to simply report all of this to the police. What would that achieve? In coming here with the intent to kill, I put myself fundamentally at odds with the law. How could I hope to convince the police of anything? Exactly. Please just scope things out. Yep, exactly. Though that sounds like dying words, but okay. I take off my glasses and cut the lock on the door. My throat tightens with tension. I swallow a wad of saliva. I take a few deep breaths to calm my nerves and slip into the lightless space beyond. The 8th floor is veiled in darkness. It doesn't surprise me since the lights are out, but it goes beyond just that. I would have expected some ambient light from outside. Why? Since it's in the middle of the day. You're just assuming there's windows? It's really dark. All the windows have been covered from the inside with what looks like metal panels. No one would go this far just to keep burglars out. Each panel has been bolted in place far too tightly to remove by hand. I mean, he can literally cut them, but okay, whatever. Even the small window in the restroom hasn't been spared. This could only be the product of a manic fixation, yet the work is strangely shoddy. The panels don't quite fit the windows, leaving small gaps where sunlight can still filter through. It's almost like they aren't meant to prevent intrusion from outside, but escape from within. I mean, that's stupid to say this. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? There is no... I mean, first of all, we're on the 8th floor, so obviously it's not meant to prevent intrusion from outside. But they're meant to block sunlight, dumbass. What are you talking about? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Maybe they're simply there to provide protection, yeah. Anyway, there's something else on my mind. Why not? It's certainly dusty, but the disturbing sights and pungent smells I expected are... Duh. If they were strong scents and stuff, then people would have noticed. This isn't a vampire's lair, it's just a floor under renovation. It contains hide nor hair of the horrors I encountered in the hotel. Surely the layer would be horrific, even though you'd literally be one floor above humans who could literally smell if there was just hundreds of dead carcasses, but okay, sure. The 9th floor is the same. Maybe Arkwood just got it wrong. My taut nerves finally start to relax. For some reason... Oh, look, he's about to die or something. I climb the stairs to the 10th floor, blissfully ignorant of the dangers of complacency for some reason, and freeze. It's a... Who the hell are you? Okay. The voice instantly puts me on guard. 2 people holding flashlights are standing across the landing at the top of the stairs. And what, he didn't hear anybody? I squint into the light. They're both male, neither much older than me. I don't see any bats, pipes, or other weapons on them. The flashlights seem to be all they have.
おーい、何黙ってるんですか。悪いことしてる自覚あるんですか。なにこいつダサくね。見るからにビビってね。俺たちと人種違いすぎね。
I'm still assuming these are vampire, low-ranking vampires, I assume.
いや知らない知らない。こんなオタクと知り合ってたら俺恥ずかしくて死んでるって。はい、そこの僕こっち来てね。逃げたらひどい目に遭うからね。つうか殺すか。法律的に殺していいんだよな、不法侵入って。
The pair stay put, laughing in front of what I now realize is an elevator. So the elevator does go up to the 10th floor? That's weird. While they're warning me not to run, they don't seem to think there's any risk I'd actually try.
あれ、なんか反応薄い？逃げねえの？普通逃げるでしょ、このしちゃ。トシ、こいつなんか怪しくね？
It would be interesting if I just die to random humans here. Because I'm just thinking, like, well, it's not like I'm gonna kill them. So they're more likely to kill me.
てめえの顔がくどすぎんだよ。メガネ君には刺激が強すぎるってもんだ。なあ、そうだよな。面食らってるだけだよな。なんで立ち入り禁止のフロアで遊んでるわけ？
Their eyes appear to flash dully in the dark. I'm not sure what to do. Should I run or should I see what I can coax from them? Is this even a vampire's lair at all? And are these two my ticket to finding out?
何これ？
Decision?
なあ、トシ、アポのないやつは好きにしていいって話だよな、確か。
Again, I assume they're vampires.
うるせえ、ハル。1分だけ黙ったろ。
Although it's a little silly that they're using flashlights, but low-level vampires.
で、どうなのオタク？ただの物好きなわけ。
I think back over everything I've learned, putting the pieces into place. Then putting on my most hesitant voice, I ask.
すみません。ここでアルバイトができると聞いたんですけど。
I gauge their reactions carefully, particularly the expression of the one called Toshi.
アルバイトね。どこでその話を？最近はバカな女連中にしか話してねえんだけど。
What's that supposed to mean? What? You don't look like one of the people who would want money. Like what?
人づてに知ったんです。北口のアパートで一晩過ごせば大金がもらえるって。まあ間違いでもね。本当はペアがいいんだけどよ。女2人か男と
女。Okay.
いいじゃん、オタクくん大歓迎。ここんところ挑戦者いなかったから困っててさ。見入りがないと殺されちゃうんだよね。俺たちも。
The man who goes by Haru cackles as he darts around to my back. He's cut off my escape route.
オーケー。たまには男一人でも許されるだろう。アルバイト会場に連れて行ってやるよ。
This is where they turn into a vampire. Presses the elevator button. Wait, aren't we on the 10th floor right now? The mechanical whirring echoes in the darkness. The elevator at least has power. Get in. Should I really get inside of this thing? The elevator is a locked room with no way out. Not to mention, if these two guys grab me, I wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight? Do you not have... I mean, that's kind of a weird thing to say, considering presumably he has his knife and that he can just cut them. I'd better be careful. I'll get knocked out. I mean, I already knew this. I was like, can we really back out at this point? Like, I thought the decision was going to be run, like earlier, it was going to be run or stay, pretty much. So it was really surprising when they didn't give me that option. And anyway, I would have, well, this is actually really silly, actually, right here, that you actually get this option here, because it's like, okay, back out, okay, sure. Or, I mean, oh, well, no, it's too late to back out, though, because he already went behind you. That's why it's silly. So in reality, this option should have shown up when he mentioned about the job part, like, then that's when you say, oh, I heard about this job. What do you guys do around here? That's prying information, and you could have still backed out. But then here, it's like, you know what? Maybe I should back out now that somebody's behind me. It's like, what? But yeah, try to pry more information. I would have just said, just enter the elevator, but whatever. Guess we'll see what happens here. A sudden blow knocks me nearly unconscious. My brain rattles, shutting down the synapses in my hypothalamus. It feels like every nerve in my body has come to a complete halt. Because they're so good at Vulcan nerve chops or whatever. Somewhere behind me, a man whoops and hollers in excitement. He must have hit me over the back of the head with a bat or something? Okay. What's that mean? Did you actually think you could go old chicken shit at the last second? What's that mean? I don't know what that means. What did I say right before that? Oh, so I guess maybe he hesitated, maybe? I don't know, maybe. Oh, the elevator descends. Descends? I mean, he already went to the basement. So what, he's going to have to go to a deeper basement? I mean, it's possible, sure, but it seems a little weird considering, you know, why didn't they just use those top floors instead of going down to the basement? I guess the basement's more safe, technically. Even with my clouded consciousness, I can see that the B1 button is lit up. First floor basement. Oh, wait, I thought he said that he went to the underground food court. I could have sworn he said that. So suddenly the underground food court is not basement level 1? And what, he didn't check the parking lot? Really? Oh, I didn't think that would matter. And what, there's only one layer, floor for the underground parking lot? Damn it, I'm staying conscious, but my vision is a blur. My hands and legs twitch involuntarily. Face down against the ground, something slimy and nasty crawls along my cheek. Oh, that's a good sign. Oh, this looks like I'm gonna die now. The door has opened, basing me in a harsh light. The glare is too bright to see what lies beyond. Help me, get me out of here.
P じゃなくて M に直行かや。年容赦ね。
Oh yeah, help me get him out of here. The two of them lift me out of the elevator and place me on the ground. I thought they'd just toss me, but they were oddly gentle about putting me down. Their footsteps fade away into the distance. I hear them get back in the elevator and leave. So yeah, you're probably just food for the zombies or whatever. Good, they're gone. That's my saving grace. So do you have your knife with you or not? Because he was like, I can't defend myself. And I'm like, you have your knife, right? It's so weird. I'm in rough shape for some reason. I mean, you were just hit once, that's it. But I'm alive. I don't know why they left me here, but I should be able to move in a few minutes, okay? Once feeling returns to my limbs. And when that happens, I'll be able to fight back. In a few minutes. Like, okay. Next time I won't. Next time? Why did you even let your guard down at all? It's like, huh, things are sure suspicious up here. I guess I'll let down my guard. Like, what? Why? What? Next time I won't let down my guard. I'll catch one of those guys, interrogate him, and then I die right here, right? Is this really a crypt down here? My mind, the only part of me that's still working, suddenly freezes. Where am I? The air is thick and heavy around me. Where am I? The stench of whatever. Where am I? Countless iron bars and living corpses. Where am I? This isn't a parking lot. And it definitely isn't anywhere above. Well, yeah, we already saw that it was underground. There's no way a cesspool like this exists anywhere in our city. Oh, look, the zombies are coming. Something is coming. I can hear the echoing of countless footsteps. My head feels like it's splitting. I really better not die here, because this is literally what I was expecting to happen here. Unless, what, they're going to be like, oh, and then 100 zombies come after me? Really? You know, like... Bile? Bile? Why bile? Footsteps shuffle closer. Instincts scream that if I stay here, I'll suffer the same fate. My legs refuse to move. The stumbling mass of footfalls makes its way towards me, dragging along thumps of rotted flesh with it. Okay, wait. I can't move. I can't move. I cry and pull and strain, but I can't will any life into my legs. Hey, just a reminder, this is your fault because you literally just needed to go into the elevator and they probably wouldn't have hit him from the back of his head. They just would have, okay, yeah, you go in the elevator. Okay, the elevator opens at the bottom floor. We just push you over, or maybe you just walk out and that's it. They wouldn't have actually tried to not, you know, like hesitating was the problem. My fingers sprawl and clutch at the floor, covered in blood and excrement. I drag myself through the filth. So he is okay. Okay, so he can move. He better not die here. Whatever, I don't care. As long as I get out of here even a moment sooner. Wait, you're trying to escape, really? Oh, gosh. No, you have to fight, man. If I get to the elevator, I'll be able to return to the normal outside world. No, get ready to fight. I've got to hurry. I've got to go faster. I don't care if your legs don't work. I'm just letting you know. You can literally slice at their legs. But he hasn't mentioned his knife once, so who knows? I can make it. I can get out of here. I'll just crawl. Just gotta get to the elevator first. Elevator, suspended high in the air like a gondola. Oh, look, I'm dead, I guess. I don't know what I did wrong, but okay. Can't wait to see how I messed up here. Like, I'm doing a really good job of picking the worst option. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the heck am I doing wrong? Okay, and then we get the quirky, play the dubious hint segment 3? Wait, so I could have... I wonder how many dead ends... This would imply that there could have been 3 dead ends then. Weird. Yeah, I'm gonna skip through all this bullshit. Oh wait, this is a little different tone. We'll see. So what'd I do wrong? Please tell me. It's like, silly Shiki, you were supposed to allow hundreds of people to die over the course of 3 days. Silly Shiki. Like, I mean, I was a little surprised that they didn't even let me talk to Arcuid about, like, hey, Arcuid, I know that you're a little weakened, but we can still, like, go to scout the place together. You know? Like, yes, she'd be weakened, but she'd at least, like, be able to tell if something, you know, bad was going to happen, you know? And he never mentioned his knife once, implying that he didn't have his knife with him. Like, he was able... Remember, at the end there, he could move his arms. Oh, I can't move my legs, but you could move your arms. So you could, if you had your knife, you could pull out the knife and then slice at their feet. Then they fall down, and then you can stab them more. What kind of ending was that? Nobody told me Tsukihime was a horror game. We just knew it was a vampire game. What did Four Eyes do? That was weird. Okay, well, we're just spoiling stuff now? He totally does deserve it, or he will. He goes full hack and slash on some zombies later. Weird. Like, why couldn't he go hack and slash on zombies right now? And what do you mean he deserves this? Ha ha ha, comedy. Whatever. That's sensible, except that we're fighting vampires. You weren't wrong to want to try and protect the people of Soya. You just weren't very lucky this time. This isn't a problem you can solve all by yourself. I didn't say I was gonna solve... I didn't say I was gonna solve it by myself. I literally... First of all... I thought that I could go and do this with Arcuid, even if she was weakened. Second of all, I thought we went there to scout the area. Like... Third of all, he didn't have his knife with him? What? What the heck? Fourth of all, you would think he could at least enter the layer and like do something. Like the idea that they literally just like shove him into the layer and he's practically paralyzed immediately before he even enters the layer is just wow. Freaking wow. Maybe you should wait for another chance to work up the courage to head down to the... Shut up, you. What? Wait till later? What? You want him to go back after that bloodbath? Why didn't it work out? Should Chiki have challenged them to a rap battle? Sentries at the department store were so prickly because they encountered a little trouble recently. Oh, I guess that was her. A certain hard-working heroine was snooping around the other day, which likely put them on edge. That doesn't explain anything. I mean, what? It was my fault. Accommodating? I mean, the only thing was that I hesitated and then they hit me from the back of my head out of nowhere. Once you get to a big ending, maybe you should head to the ceremony room after school. She's just talking about the other route. This vampire department store event is an important branching point between the two storylines. Well, I mean, I would assume CL, I know that she's a church agent somehow, even though I don't know how many years she's been here. But it's an important branching point because I assume that she would kill the vampire here versus Arkwood killing the vampire here, I assume. Something like that. Don't forget what you told me. You told me nothing. What you told me was, hey, you should do the other route. Wow, thanks. I should do the other route? Like, what the fuck? It's so weird. Okay, there we go. I can't believe this shit. No option. Haha, funny death route. Wait till evening falls. Heart says we can't allow Vlav to remain loose. It's reckless. What was I thinking? That I can just go out there, find him, and kill him myself? No, I thought I could go out there and find him and learn some stuff and then come back and get Arkwood and we would have intel. That was just a scenario conjured up by my guilty conscience to tempt me into escaping reality. Need a cool level head. I thought I did have a cool level head. I need to defeat the vampire. If I really want to reduce the number of casualties, then we have to stick it out for now. Even so, 3 days feels stupid as fuck. You know, that's actually going to probably be the biggest difference. In this scenario, Vlav won't die for 3 days, so he will kill a lot of people in 3 days. Whereas if you did CL's route, presumably maybe he dies that night. That easy. It is really funny that we're doing all this hinting about CL being something, but in the actual story, there's no indication at all about anything about CL. It's so weird. Arkwood, you told me my duty as your guard ended at the hotel, right?
Yeah, そうじゃないんだ。ここからは義務じゃなくて協力になるなら、俺の頼みも聞いてほしい。俺はお前の言う通りにする。お前の指示に従う。盾は無理でも、ナイフぐらいはこなしてみせる。だからその代わり。
その代わり
？3日は待てない。今夜、奴を誘い出そう。
あなた、本気
Arkwood peers at me skeptically as if she's asking me whether or not I have a death wish. I'm well aware it's dangerous, but I'm not planning to back down from this either.
冗談でこんなこと言い出せるか。俺だって死にたくない。だから聞かせてくれ。今夜まで休んだお前と俺の目でブローブは倒せるか。
Yes. The only one capable of making that judgment is Arkwood herself. If she says it can be done, I'll wager everything I have on those odds.
そうね。四季が私の言う通りに動いてくれるなら、私たちの方が強いかな。でもそれでいいの？3日待った方が安全だよ。
分かってる。でもこれが俺のギリギリの許容範囲なんだ。それ以上は精神が持たない。
ふん。まあそれならいいけど。正直に言えば3日間逃げ切れる可能性も低かったし。
I mean, how would he even find you?
じゃあ今から路線変更。作戦会議ね。
Okay, so now this is the part where I want to go look at what the fuck my answer was again. Wait. I'm trying to figure this out. So this is just wrong because it's saying, in reality, what this means is 1, I'm going to kill Vlav by myself, or 2, I'm going to work with Arkwood. That is the actual things that should be said here. But instead we get told that instead of I'm going to go kill Vlav on my own, it says I am going to search for Vlav right now. Oh yes, I was totally being hot-headed when I said that, wasn't I? And then the I'm going to work with Arkwood option is I should at least wait here till evening falls. Which, by the way, doesn't make sense because he's going to be more powerful at night. But also that's the option where you work with Arkwood. Which, I mean, I guess you could interpret that because, like, oh, well, you wait for her to recover and then you go fight again. But the stupid part about that is that all that waiting till nightfall would do would be just, she would be healed up, but she wouldn't really have any power back. She just, okay, now I'm healed back up to full power. No, sorry. Healed back. My injury's healed up, but I didn't gain more power, really. You know, that would be what I would interpret that to mean. Anyway, I want to go look at the flowchart. Oop. Wait, there we go. Wait, what? So this is the dead end right here. But this was is the route I'm on now. Wait, so was this a dead end that I missed? No, it's not. Yeah, this is the dead end that this is the last dead end here. And then this one right here might be a dead end as well. Yeah, right? It's got to be, right? It's a little weird, though. Because right here... Well... No, I don't know. I don't know what determines whether the correct answer is on the left or the right of this timeline bar or whatever. Later on, maybe in a day or two in the game, I'm going to actually go back and get some of these other scenes off camera. I don't think there's much reason to really show them on camera. I mean, if they're really crazy good, like like right here, then yeah, sure, I'll go back and actually show them on camera, but I probably won't. Yeah, again, like I don't think this would be a dead end, but who knows? Maybe that would like drive him crazy. No, this should be the where you go to the other route, to the CL route, probably. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of minor, insignificant options down here. This, though, feels kind of major. And then this, I don't even know what the heck it would be. Anyhow, sounds like it's time to switch gears. Let's draw up a battle
四季
plan.
は
Where
ど
do
こ
you
で
want
戦いたいの？
to face him? Yeah, we'll fight him. Gosh. How about we fight him in the morning, not that night?
いや、いいのか？
It's the weird part is that as far as I know, it's not even like she's more powerful at night. Oh no, that's right. She said she was invincible at night normally. So she is more powerful at night, even though supposedly her vampire characteristics are like barely even vampiric, really. I'm genuinely shocked at how easily she let me have my way. I was expecting a lot more pushback after seeing how serious she can get about battle.
それならいいって言ったでしょ。私が3日間逃げ切れるのか、今夜私たちでブローブを殺すのか。どちらも同じ成功率だもの。
Really?
違うのはあなたの生存確率だけよ。
Real? Wait, that doesn't even make sense. I mean, to some extent, the idea is that, well, after 3 days, she'll be more powerful, but also Vlav will have more, I don't know if power is the right word, but he'll have more defenses, let's say. More vampires and stuff that she has to actually fight. So I assume that that's why they have the same odds. But it's also weird because, well, I guess, yeah, because there's more enemies, then he's more likely to die. Whereas right now, wait, no, which one has a lower chance of survival for him then?
そっか。ありがとう。
Because my interpretation is that the lower odds of he's more likely to die if we wait 3 days than him being more likely to die tonight. But we're not going over that, I guess.
私としてはおすすめできないけど。
Why?
ほんと、式ってわかんない。
He wants to save lives. He literally said this. I understand that my selfish request will make it harder to defeat Vlav with certainty, if you say so. So I wasn't surprised that Arkwood looked a little dismayed by it. After all, she's all about efficiency. I mean, it's not very efficient to wait 3 days, but okay. But I was surprised that she didn't reject it outright. I'm not sure if she did it to respect my feelings or if she just figured it didn't have much of an impact on her overall odds. Either way, I'm glad she agreed to side with me.
How
about we take a quick break?
お腹減ってるでしょ、式。さっきのおかわりい
You
る？
must be hungry, right?
新しいの作ってあげよっか。
All right, yeah. Time for a cooking scene. So quirky.
いや、自分で作るから。冷蔵庫の食材だけ好きに使わせていただきます。
We're just doing a generic bad cooking thing. Oh, did I not? Would I? I don't know if I just said this or if I read it in my mind. I feel bad for not trying it, but I don't possess the fortitude to stomach whatever heaping of ingredients Arkwood slapped together on a plate. Maybe if I was in peak condition. No, not even then. Flav is already plenty dangerous. If a confrontation with him is inevitable, I'd be better off avoiding Arkwood's lethal cooking at the very least. I mean, it could have just been from a recipe that you're just not aware of. Like, oh, it's something I don't know what it is. Bad cooking. It's like, well, what if it's just Russian or something? Like, I feel like Japanese people would just see, like, what is it called? Like goulash or something? Like Russian stew that has, like, animal bones in it, and they'd be like, it's inedible! And it's like, no, it's just normal soup, actually. But that's how Japanese people view stuff for some reason. Like, cooking is so hard, and it's like, it can be, I guess, but, like, generally, no. I quickly cook up a simple meal before returning to talk to Arkwood. Okay, we've outlined a rough plan, now we just need to refine it. He didn't even say what ingredients he had, but okay. The main issue is the fire. Unless we manage to do something about that, neither Arkwood nor I will be able to get close enough.
やっぱり奇襲しかないよな。
So basically our only option is to hit him with a surprise attack.
あいつはお前が目的っぽかったし、アルクエイドにはおとりになってもらってブローブをおびき寄せる。俺は事前に隠れていて、あいつがお前に気を向けている隙に背後から襲いかかる。
That was pretty much what I was expecting to. Like, I couldn't really think of a more complicated plan, really. Even though he probably can just sense you, but he might just ignore you. Even if he knows you're there, he still would be like, whoa, that was actually a really significant attack that just hit me. It's a sloppy plan, but it's not like I can think of anything better. Though it still doesn't solve the problem of the fire.
基本はその流れでいいと思う。私がおとり、シキがとどめ。シキならブローブがどれだけ命のリザーブを持っていても関係ないしね。
他にも問題はあるぞ。俺はともかく、お前はあいつと正面から向き合うんだ。あの手みたいな炎はどうするんだ。
Then she's like, I'll just create a shield.
それは問題じゃないよ。一度受けてみてグローブの炎は3000と程度って分かったし、今から体を耐熱仕様に作り直しておけば耐えられるわ。
I mean, didn't she say that she can stand the sun?
周囲の炎はもっと簡単。あれは地表にかかっているだけの軽度の汚染だから、シキが物陰から出るとき、ちょっと気合を出して吹き飛ばしてあげる。
What?
ホテルの時はシキが後ろにいたからできなかったけど。
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. It'll be a cinch, huh? It almost feels too simple, this slapdash plot of ours. But I should put some faith in the woman who saved me from him the first time.
大体決まりね。まず私が餌になってブローブをおびき寄せる。チキは事前に隠れておく。それでブローブがやってきたらちょっとだけ戦う。今夜の私の体力じゃブローブは倒しきれないけど、周囲の炎を消し飛ばして動きを抑えることならできる。
動きを抑えるって具体的には？まさかお前があいつに掴みかかって上から組み伏せるとか？
そんな野蛮なこといたしません。直接組み伏せるとか無駄すぎるし、今まで一度もしたことないし、する必要性が感じられないし。
そうか。じゃあどうやってブローブを抑え込むんだ？
場所によるけど、基本的には鎖かな。
鎖？鎖ってあの鎖か？
ええ、ほらこんな風に。空中の元素を固定化したものよ。私その形はイメージしやすくて相性いいの。強度は今なら1本あたり100トンぐらいまでかな。とにかく何十本と重ね掛けするから動きだけなら封じられる。鎖の拘束は手足をメインにして、胴体と頭は控えめにするから、式はブローブの胴体の死を切ればいい。
I mean, why wouldn't he be able to just melt the chains, though?
わかったからこれ解いてくれ。取れる。グローブの前に俺の両手がもげる。
The chains dissolve into thin air, disappearing just as quickly as they appeared. And here we've got yet another example of how ridiculously overpowered Arkwood is. But if she can call these chains in and out of existence, then she should also be able to tie down Vlad. But why didn't she use them before? But anyway, whatever.
とにかく 私は戦いになったら隙を見て縄状のものでグローブの手足を縛る。完全に動きを封じられるのは10秒ぐらいだから、そうしたら式は物陰から飛び出して正面からまっすぐ最短でグローブの線を立てばいい。大丈夫、式の腕ならあっけないぐらい簡単に殺せるわ。
正面からってお前。
Arkwood says it like it's nothing, but I don't feel quite as confident.
経験していないことを目算に入れるのはやめよう。やっぱりさ、俺がなんとか背後から近づいてあいつの手足の線を切るよ。そうすればとりあえず自由を奪うことになるんだから。
That way Arkwood wouldn't even have to fight him. I'd like to save any fighting for if my ambush fails. I look at Arkwood to see if she approves of my plan.
式、それじゃああなたは死ぬわ。
え？
これはどう行動すれば安全なのかのどうすれば死なないのかじゃなくて、どうやって殺すかの話でしょ。
それはそうだけど。
あなたはこれから吸血鬼を相手にするのよ。なら今夜だけでも人間の道徳観念は捨てて、そんな荷物を持っているといざという時に体が重くなるだけだから。
I don't quite know what she means. Like somehow she's implying that like he is unconsciously holding back in some way. Like he's like, hey, what if I just cut his limbs? And she's like, you'll die. And it's like, what? Why? I mean, I guess the confusing part is, no, I don't quite understand. Because like she's saying, okay, she'll blast away his flames and then use the chains on him, and then he'll stab him from behind, right? But then he's like, oh no, it's more practical if I don't wait for you to chain him up and just slice his hands and feet first while the flames are still around, or maybe she blows away the flames and then he cuts his hands and feet. Like, why wouldn't you just use the chains when they can literally appear out of thin air? I don't understand. I'd like to save any fighting for if my ambush fails. So yeah. It almost sounds like he wants to try to stab him from behind before she fights him, which doesn't make sense because we were talking about the fire. Like, the fire is going to be there. What do you do about the fire? I thought you already said that you can't do anything about the fire. Like, what?
それぐらい分かってる。相手が化け物だから俺だって手伝う気になったんだ。
I don't know.
いえ、式は分かっていない。手足を切る？やめてよ、そんな自殺行為。手足を切る暇があるのならまず命を切りなさい。他の生き物ならともかく、あなたにだけはそれができるんだから。
I mean, it's kind of weird to say that considering the fact that if he cut his limbs off, the guy would like literally be completely helpless. Or maybe he wouldn't be helpless, but like he probably wouldn't be able to move, right? I guess it just depends what, like if their limbs are cut off, maybe they can still just shoot out their magic, I guess.
いい？ブローブには反撃の機会を与えないこと。式の利点は相手に正体が知られていないことだけなんだから。
Arkwood leaves me with no room for objection. Her crimson eyes say it all. She's telling me that if I miss my first shot, there'll be no second chances. We already know that. And she has a point. Every second I waste cutting through his limbs is another second during which he can engulf my body in flames and burn it to a crisp. ブローブは夜になればやってくる。その時に私たち、いえ、私と式であいつをこれ以上ないっていう形で殺すの。 How does he know where you are, though? Like, what?
どう生き延びるかじゃない。どう殺すのか、それだけを考えなさい。
Her gaze is fierce with disapproval. She's really angry. Angry at the fact that I'm still being so naive about all this.
分かった。俺はためらわない。一息で奴の線を全部切る。それでいいんだろう、アルクエイド。
The ferocity in her gaze doesn't dim for a second. At least her silence suggests that she approves of my new attitude.
でもどこで待ち受けようか。このマンションじゃホテルの時と変わらない。人気がなくて俺が隠れられるようなところは。
この町の中央公園が最適よ。深夜になれば人通りはないんだし。それでも通りかかってしまう人がいたのなら、それは純粋にその人に運がなかっただけの話でしょ。
That sounds familiar. Something very similar happened in Witch on the Holy Night, the prequel to this. But something that occurs to me, it makes me wonder if, because they've already implied that this route, story route, is me leaving behind my humanity, which means this is the route where I kill, you know, even if it's a vampire, I'm still killing, right? Or I should say killing a sentient creature, because, you know, I've already killed the dogs, but that doesn't quite count. But if I did the CL route, the idea is that she's so strong that I can, like, support her, but she'd be the main character. Whereas right now, I'm kind of sharing being the main character with Arkwood, because we both need each other equally. But yeah, that requires me to kill, whereas with CL, she could single-handedly kill and be like, I know how tragic it is to kill somebody, but it has to be done, you know? I'm just viewing CL as like this tragic heroine who's like, I'm doing it for the betterment of everybody. And it's like, okay. I feel so sorry for you that you have to kill, but then, you know, but Shiki doesn't need to kill or whatever. That's my guess. Although, that said, I mean, I still stabbed Arkwood even in CL's route. I don't know how that affects things, you know? Like, Arkwood's just doing whatever the heck she does. I mean, she'd probably be just recovering her power over the course of several days. And then eventually I just meet up with her and she's like way more mad, is my guess. Or maybe she wouldn't even be mad, but like she'd have conflicting feelings and I'd be like, sorry that I stabbed you, but I'm trying to be a normal human and you're like being weird toward me or something. That's my guess, is how the CL route works. Arkwood looks away and turns her back to me as she speaks.
なんだよ。言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。
無理よ。結局、シキは一度も殺すと口にしてくれない。
Well, he says Shiki all the time, and I thought Shiki means kill.
このままだと最後の瞬間で、あなたはきっとためらう。それで、あっけなく殺される。
そんなことあるもんか。相手は100人以上の人間を殺した化け物だ。殺すことにためらいなんて。
Because you already feel guilt for killing her, and she's not much different. Arkwood sighs softly.
シキを魔眼で魅了してしまえば、確実にブローブを仕留められるのにね。どうしてかな。初めてそういう気になったのに。初めてそうするのが嫌になっちゃった。なんかすごい矛盾。シキを信じるわ。二人でブローブを倒しましょう。
In a flash, her grim tone takes on its usual upbeat lilt again. Her eyes seem filled with trust, yet I can see concern creeping into her smile. Well, it's because she doesn't know if she can trust you to actually do the plan. Yeah, no kidding. She's like, well, I could make sure that you do the plan correctly. Or I can just trust that you'll do the plan correctly. and trust / hope, you know. Arkwood and I have arrived at the park a little past 9 p.m.
大事なことだから、もう一度だけ説明しておこうかな。長く生きた人には、そのあり方を武器にした懲罰能力がある。
Okay.
吸血種に備わった基本的な能力とは別の、その個体が血を飲むことで持ってしまった特別な呪いみたいなものね。グローブはその域に達している人よ。使徒を倒すということは、その懲罰能力を破るということ。あの炎を消す手段を獲得しない限り、人間に勝ち目はない。だから、私がブローブの呪いを壊すまで、シキはあいつに近づかないでね。
Our plan is simple. First, Arkwood will lead him here. She told me that vampires can sense one another's location unless they make an effort to conceal their biological wavelength or something. Then why was she found last night? Apparently Vlav isn't hiding his wavelengths at all. Well, then you would always know where he is then. Though Arkwood wasn't sure if that was because he doesn't want to or because he can't. He doesn't care. Luckily for us, that means she'll know exactly when Vlav approaches us and where from. Normally, Arkwood would hide her wavelengths, but right now she's letting it go free. Yeah. Trying to draw him like a moth to the flame. And with a bit of luck, the moths will fly straight into our proverbial zapper. Then all we'll have to do is follow through with the plan. I'll observe the battle from my hiding spot in the bushes, while Arkwood binds Vlav with her chains. Oh man. it's suddenly hitting me how much my throat is getting exhausted out of nowhere. Of course, we're at the 2.5 hour mark, which is where I'd expect to be a little exhausted. I mean, it's only my throat. It's nothing else, really. Then at the signal, I'll jump out and cut through his lines. Arkwood doesn't look nervous at all. If anything, she seems a little bored as her gaze lingers over empty space. I wish I could be that. There are a lot of uncertainties in this plan. First one, it hinges on Vlav not noticing me while I hide. Arkwood told me that the chances of him noticing me were extremely low, but that doesn't mean they're non-existent. If he does notice me, I'll be done for. I'll be burned alive without any recourse, just like he did to so many within the hotel. He probably just wouldn't care that you're there, though. He'll just be like, I'm literally immune to your attacks. Even so, I'm fine with those odds. I agreed to this plan knowing full well the risks involved. There's just one more major variable. What if Arkwood can't bind Vlav? In other words, what if Vlav manages to beat Arkwood? I'd have to deal with him by myself. It'd come down to me with a single knife to defeat Vlav and save Arkwood. Can I even do such a thing? Can I face those flames alone? Just the thought of it makes me tremble. I tighten my grip on the knife, coiling my fingers around the handle so hard it hurts. An implacable fear wells within me. I can't even pin down what I'm afraid of.
怖いの、シキ。
Before I realize it, Arkwood is standing right in front of me. How pathetic. My quivering must have gotten pretty bad if she noticed.
ああ、めちゃくちゃ怖い。あの吸血鬼が近づいてくるかと思うだけで泣きたくなる。
シキ、泣いてないけど？
必死に我慢してんだよ。わかれ、バカ。
She's so bad at reading the mood, I wish she'd have the slightest clue of what I'm feeling. Why is she the one who's looking hurt? Arkwood purses her lips, seemingly dissatisfied with my answer.
ところで、私もその吸血鬼なんだけど。
ああ、知ってるよ。何度も聞いた。
だから、吸血鬼である私が怖くないの？今までのあなたの定義からすると、生き物として嫌悪の対象になると思うんだけど。
No, he only has a problem if you kill people. And you literally said you haven't killed anybody. Like, what? What? Yeah, what? I'm surprised. She's not entirely wrong, but...
なんか、お前は別。 だって血を吸ったことないんだろ。ならいい。吸血鬼だろうとなんだろうと、俺たちに手を出さないでいてくれるなら。
なるほど、そういう考えもありなんだ。
I guess that convinced her. It's like Arkawood's previous hang-up slid off her like water off a duck's back. That was, like, insanely obvious. What the heck? Like, I could have sworn he even... I mean, he certainly implied it earlier. Like, if... Well, okay, to be fair, I think he implied it inside his mind. Like, she said, I actually haven't killed anybody. And then that's when he said, oh... That lifted a weight off my shoulders. I think he said that, like, subconsciously. Or whatever, in his mind. The hands on the clock indicate it's now 10 p.m. According to Arkawood, this is when vampires start to get active. He's likely coming up above ground now. I don't know where he's holed up. But he'll notice Arkawood's presence as soon as he wakes up, and likely make a beeline for the park. I mean, I would think he's going to send a whole bunch of zombies here first, but okay. Like, oh, 1v1, yeah, cool. Like, Arkawood's demeanor shifts. Her words drip with contempt as she turns away from me, peering north towards the station. Basically, he has no pride, and she's like, what the heck? I can't believe it. I follow her gaze over the horizon. Is that smoke? Okay, now I don't know what he's doing. Thick black smoke curls up into the night sky. There must be a fire downtown. Wait, a fire? Remember when I said that we should attack him immediately? Wow, my decision sure was stupid, wasn't it? Like, freaking stupid. So anyway, like I said though, like, why wouldn't he just destroy the city? Why not? I mean, to be fair, you could say, well, the church will come and kill him. But we'll see. The sound of a faraway explosion rings through the air. The smoke surges into the air with newfound intensity. This is bad. If he's moving through the downtown area, then this will be on a whole other scale from the hotel. The numbers of victims alone would be at least in the thousands. We run for the station. Just what the hell is going on over there? Oh, okay. What? He wakens in agonizing pain. His screams pierced the air. There was a loud grinding noise, like a piece of metal getting caught in a blender. His cries are horrific, otherworldly. So horrific, they even make his minions tremble. He writhes and flails and lashes about, but none of his protests numb the pain enveloping his entire being. The skin at his fingertips splits and cracks. Acid oozes from within his bones, melting and gnawing at his body from the inside out? What? His heart shrivels and corrodes from the necrosis, only to regenerate again, forcing him to prolong his own suffering. An unending cycle of torture, doomed to last as long as he lives. His only escape would have been death, but even that salvation was stolen from him long ago. So he's in, like, constant pain. He doesn't remember why he abandoned death. He doesn't remember when it was that death became such a distant concept. All he knows is suffering, cold, pain, heat, fear. His mind is filled with nothing but animalistic screams. He knows that he came to this land in pursuit of something. To kill himself, obviously. He left the woman he loved behind and crossed the turbulent waters. This is his last chance. He's prepared to reclaim it all, leaving himself no hope for a return journey. The only question is how much remains for him to recover. Day by day, sanity is stripped from his mind. Day by day, the curse consumes his body. Was this fate bestowed upon him as punishment for crimes committed in some distant past? Not even he remembers. He's already forgotten so many things. Whatever it is he yearns to take back, his sanity is no longer on the table. Sanity was lost to him long ago. Sanity can never be found again. His wealth and assets, too, were lost when he traversed the oceans. And now there is no way for him to return to his homeland? What? That's a weird thing to say. He could never steal enough money to return to anywhere on Earth. Like, what? The only way for him to survive is to turn this foreign land into his second domain. Yet his past, his future, they matter not. At this moment in time, he craves but one thing: blood. His throat is freezing, his skin is parched, his soul hungers. He needs warm blood as soon as possible. He desires to bathe in it as soon as possible. Questions like where he is or what he's doing pale in the face of such fervent longing. He walks through the darkness. Zombies obediently fall in line behind him, marching silently along. So why did he have to burn stuff then? The metal box carries him to the surface, where he creeps outside into the brightly lit streets. That very instant, azure flames spill out, flooding the area around him like a ripple on a lake. So I guess he just can't hold back that power, yeah. The humans in the vicinity had no way of sensing the impending danger. Shrouded by the blue haze, he mindlessly steps out onto the crosswalk, ignoring the blinking traffic lights and the vans that threaten to crash into him. Meanwhile, his ghouls seize innocent passerbys left and right, grabbing them by their shoulders and taking them to the ground. A plethora of horrific noises follow, the crunching of bone, the devouring of flesh. Wait, why isn't he drinking their blood? Shouldn't, like, oh man, I really want to drink my blood, and then all his zombies just go and start eating people instead of bringing these people to him? And though the people scream and cry, none of them flee. By the time they realize this terrible reality has befallen them, they have no recourse. The van collides with the strange man, but at the moment of impact, it is split down the center. How about it just stops? Completely stops in place, instead of splits. In less than a minute, those caught by the ghouls are reduced to pitiful scraps of flesh. Guess he's not drinking their blood. Flames fan out through the area, scorching the legs of those trying to escape until they are little more than charred stumps. Their wriggling torsos remain behind as fodder for the ghouls to feed on. Hell's pandemonium given life on Earth. In the middle of pandemonium, the man regains a glimmer of reason. He squints at the dazzling lights around him. Though his thoughts are still drenched in his own pain, the sight stirs disgust within him, providing a brief moment of clarity. Before him is a vast cornucopia of humans. Normally he would feast and drink till his guts were brimming with rich warm blood, but the urge to do so does not strike him now? What? You literally said that all he wanted was blood. Literally 10 seconds later, no, I don't want blood though. How can this land be called fertile if the humans inhabiting it have tainted it so? The azure flames surround the living dead. They engulf the ghouls, changing their very being and rewriting their composition. They can become a type of undead fueled by flame. In exchange for their throne strength, their lives will quickly burn out like candles. His physiological disgust only amplifies his curse. Blue flames spill from his being, rushing across the asphalt like a river, bursting free from its dam. There it finds and claws and devours all living things. So edgy. The seared human fruits burst and spew their warm juices as he tramples over their flesh. He accepts their offering with head bent in distaste. What? An act tantamount to being showered in vomit, but what other choice does he have? If he were not bathed in this disgrace, his body would not move. Oh, great, I can't read that. This prosperity, all of it is meaningless to me. The burning zombies fall back into line behind him like ghastly parade. He does not remember what he was chasing, but until he remembers, there's only one thing for him to do, a much-needed service that he is to provide. He sneers, thinking how these humans ought to suffer and die. Yes, this bloated den of humanity deserves a wretched end. Okay. The town is in chaos. People crowd the streets as they push and pull to escape the mayhem. The fire in front of the station is visible from here. The emergency broadcast plays on the large digital displays on the sides of the buildings. A fire has broken out at the north end exit of Soya Station. All trains heading in and out of Soya have been temporarily suspended. People in the downtown area are currently running for their lives. Wait, that was on the display? Okay, maybe they're... I thought that was the emergency broadcast, but I think it's not. Or maybe it was? I don't know. The broadcast switches over to a news presenter interviewing a young girl. She's wearing a high school uniform. It seems she only just managed to slip away from the fire. I'm a zombie now. She is panicked, driven, delirious by the dire situation. The fire spreads relentlessly, and the entire neighborhood has been urged to evacuate. But even with those orders in place, the main street is full of people. They gather and draw together, spurred by curiosity. From a distance, they watch the fire unfold, filming and sending messages to update their friends and family. Wait, what? There's literally a fire in the street, and they're taking pictures? I'm gonna say that that's bullshit. even in today's, hey, I want to take pictures of stuff, society, I don't think you're gonna stop and take pictures of an active fire. Like, oh, there's no way that fire that's in the streets is gonna come toward my direction. Like, if there was fire on the road, I would kind of start thinking that it's related to a gas line that got ruptured or something. And so anywhere that there's a gas pipe underground could explode at any moment. And yet here they're like, oh, we're filming and sending messages. What the heck are these? The road to the station has already been blocked off. By who? How the heck would they put this up even within 1 hour? And who would put it up? Like the police? The police just had these ready to go? Fire prevention, perhaps. No. It's too soon for that. There's still too many people in the area to be blocking it off like this. It's almost like they're trying to keep whatever is inside from escaping. Maybe it's policemen under the control of law? We aren't getting through this way. I mean, I literally see a gap in there, but okay. Arkwood seizes my hand. Without another word, she tugged me along, guiding me through the mass of onlookers drawn by the fire. Yeah, just go through a building and then go through it, you know? She lets go of my hand. Arkwood slowly scans the walls of the nearest building. See, she can jump. Like she could have jumped out of the hotel earlier. Or we could just cut through the wall, but whatever. Huh? Arkwood doesn't hesitate for a second. She grabs my arm as if to secure me. Just a reminder, I just realized. Remember when she said that vampire layers normally have an escape route for, for them in case they get attacked? What was her explanation for the top of the hotel room and her apartment? because both of those did not have an escape route. But I mean, you could also argue that she never had to run from anybody in her life, so there's that. I feel like she should be holding him like you know, like a baby. I know that that sounds silly, but like, you know, I mean, it's safer than whatever the heck this is. It looks like she's like dragging him by his collar, which it does not sound like a very safe way to do that. We're flying. No, we're jumping. Arkwood leaped against the wall, bouncing off it and onto the next, and then they're on the rooftops. Yeah, with me in tow. We're so high up, I'm going to lose it. How high are we even? We're above the buildings, so this is what, 40 meters. I don't know why I have to say it like this. A 20-meter high roller coaster is enough to give me a heart attack, and this has got to be double that, all with my feet dangling over open space. That's also really stupid to say that, because people are on roller coasters every day who don't bite their tongue when they're screaming on the roller coaster. So how's that work? How's that work? Arkwood tilts her head at my screams, but having said that, her movements only grow more turbulent. She jumps from building to building, bouncing off the rooftops like she were a rabbit hopping around the moon. My expression tightens as my body is subjected to forces unimaginable, but just as I'm beginning to enjoy the experience, we come to a full stop. We're atop a tall building that provides us a panorama of the city, a rooftop garden concealed from unwanted eyes, yet here we stand. Your abrupt up and down movement has me heaving to catch my breath. My chest hurts. I'm sure the blood pressure spike was bad for my heart. And even though there was no change in air pressure, my whole body is rigid from coming to such an abrupt halt. It's like I've got the bends. I don't manage to finish the thought. For a moment, I even forget about my racing heart. It's all on fire. Our city, this place that I know so well, its familiar buildings are awash in a sea of flames. So wait, the street was blocked off from way further than this? Because I would have assumed that because they were even saying that there was onlookers looking at the fire. So I would think the right there, that city line that you see right there, that road entrance right there, I would think that you'd block it off right there. Because why would you block off the route to the fire from like a half a mile away? Remember, she just jumped pretty far here, so it's really weird that they were half a mile away and they see smoke and there's onlookers because they see smoke. I mean, my eyes adjust to the sight and see the tragedy play out in full view. Oh, now we see the zombies. The main street is veiled in hues of red as the fire colors the town. The flames whittle away the surface of the buildings like a knife. An unholy river of flames with that man at the center of it, all basking in the rain of blood as he sates himself. There are silhouettes spread out in front of him. Let me save it real quick. It's been a while since I saved it, so. There we go. I'm gonna go get a bit of tea to make sure I can go another 2-ish hours, and yeah, just take a very short break, mostly just for the tea. But yeah, I'll be right back. So, funnily enough, like, I have my tea right here. My mom's going to be eating some of this. So we're going to cool my throat with this. Then relax. And then drink the good tea. Good quality. Okay. So, let's see the bloodshed. Police officers have him surrounded on all sides to stop his onslaught. Look at this scene, and then we are told police officers have him surrounded, guys. Like, there is just fire and smoke around him. Where could these police officers even be? Like, I'm gonna save this screenshot. Cause that's just absurd. Okay. Oh no, they shot their guns. I was just listening if my audio's still doing well. Actually, let me see. Not that these settings usually do much. But anyway, the muzzles of their pistols flash as they all fire on cue. And then the bullets melt or something, probably. Vlav doesn't flinch in the slightest because he doesn't really care. He yeah. More silhouettes step out from the flames behind the monstrous man. Flaming zombies, some of them may have been alive mere minutes ago, but now they're little more than shambling corpses. They approach the police officers, as if begging for their help. Utter disbelief coats my voice. What's surprising about it? Too late to turn back. All the urgent bravado I had for this mission was bleached away by the sight of the town. The only thing left is pure horror. So this is a vampire's true power. I don't think he's doing anything different than what he did earlier. Like, this is like exactly what he did before. Just fire everywhere, zombie things everywhere. A power that enables him to kill people just by existing. And we're supposed to defeat him? Yeah, that is weird. I wonder what the real reason is. Arkwood's focus lies elsewhere, away from the river of flames. She seems to be on guard for something else. We already know that you want. We already know that Shiki wants to save people. Shiki has literally already said that he desires the exact opposite. That he doesn't want to wait around and take it easy. He literally already said this. I know what she's saying. Do I want to brave the danger or save lives? She must already know my answer, but she's still checking my resolve one last time. A chill crawls down my back, but I stare back with as much willpower as I can muster. Yeah, it's kind of weird to say it like that. Is she saying she can change the location of the battle?
なんとかできるのか、あの状況。
うまくいけば私も人目につくのは避けたいし。
頼む、今すぐあいつを叩き出してくれ。
了解ならあいつごとそこに落とすわ。
Like she's just gonna punch him into the sewers? But then that doesn't seem like that would help Shiki do what he needs to do.
あの下なんか空洞みたいだし。
Take him down below. A cavern? What is she talking about? Never mind, this isn't the time to be asking questions. We've got to get him away from here as fast as we can.
でも約束は忘れないで。ちゃんと後からついてきてね。
I hope they're not implying that she's going to jump down and attack him, and then Shiki's going to have to go back down the stairs of this building to get around Vlad or something. This would be really silly. Oh, that's what she's doing. And before my mind has time to catch up with all she said, Arkwood jumps. She abandons me on the roof and leaps into the void. Yeah, it's like, hey, at least bring me down to ground level, please. Oh, this is the scene? There she floats, like a beautiful pale flower caught in the breeze. A flurry of air catches her body as she falls from the rooftop, unfettered from the chains of gravity, unanchored by nature's laws. Instead of falling, she rises gently. Like a ship in the wind, she sails across the night sky. I already am pretty sure I know what's about to happen. Which is pretty much what I already said what would happen. I can't even be surprised. She's like an infant incarnation of the planet. Every fluctuation that plays across its surface belongs to her. All of nature's blessings, all its fury, that which nurtures life, and that which destroys it, both are hers to wield, to embody. I believe I've actually seen this scene in like the promo for this game. Or, you know, that last shot. Not quite this part. Here we go. The beautiful flower swivels her body away from the moon. Her attention shifts from the skies to the ground. It is time for unbound chains and coiled up anchors to slam into the ground. Below her is a concrete castle, spewing sparks of flame. Yep, yeah, that's what I expected. The flower that bloomed in the night sky transforms into a falling star. The moon lily becomes a tempest to blow away the conflagration. The conflagration. Yeah, that's what I expected. She's a human missile. She must have fallen from a height of some 80 meters in the sky to hit Vlav. That's actually not very high. I would have expected that she, like, jumped from at least 500 meters or something. But no, whoa, 80 meters! Like, that's not very high at all. No, not fallen, it was calculated. She launched herself right at him. After adjusting her trajectory in midair, she accelerated, yeah, we know. Dirt and debris erupt in a cloud around the impact site. The massive storm of dust sweeps the area. Even the ever-expanding river of fire is snuffed out in one fell swoop. The police officers that had surrounded Vlav are sent flying backwards by the blast. Most of them are instantly put out of commission. Those who weren't knocked out are too overcome by fear to mount any sort of resistance. I feel like some of them died, but okay, sure. A perfectly natural response. None of the police officers died. Trust me. The dust settles, unveiling the scene below, or what's left of it anyway. Arkwood's attack didn't just take out Vlav, she plunged into the earth and shattered through its surface, taking a section of the station's north exit and a good chunk of the shopping district down with her. So this is what she meant when she said she'd take him down. The crater has got to be at least 40 meters deep. It feels like I'm witnessing some spectacle of nature on par with the Amazon rainforest or Niagara Falls. I feel like he should actually be saying, it feels like I'm witnessing some spectacle of nature, like a tornado or an earthquake. I don't know, something like that. No, that was necessary. Sheesh. Of course, this isn't praise. I don't know what that means. From my vantage point on the rooftop, I don't spot any casualties. Police officers outside of the blast zone come rushing in to tend to their unconscious brethren. They then set out to withdraw from the area. As a result, the vicinity is completely cleared of human life. She's one hell of a force to be reckoned with. Was that Vlov's fire? Maybe Arkwood missed her target, or Vlov managed to dodge just in time. Either way, he's still alive. What a monster surviving a blast like that. But something is chasing him down within the flames. Oh, shouldn't you be getting down there to attack him from behind? A burst of white flashes from within the clouds of dust, pushing back against him. You're gonna come in after me, okay? Arkwood's words echo in my mind. There will be time to think later. For now, I've got to get down from here. Time to go down the stairs. I cut through the lock on the door with my knife. I hurtle down the stairs by the glow of the emergency lights. My resolve and my breathing are both rendered wild and ragged as I speed downwards. All I have to do is sever Vlov's lines. First, Arkwood will fight him and bind him with her chains. Then it'll be my turn. I'll run up to him, cut his lines, and chop him to pieces. What Arkwood did just now was truly amazing. It's no wonder she insisted she could restrain him. That said, even so, Vlov is still alive and well. There's a chance that Arkwood underestimated him. If she did, her wounds put her at a disadvantage. Worst case scenario, I'll have to face Vlov alone. No, that won't happen. We didn't plan for the worst because there was never any need to. Because if Arkwood were defeated, there'd be no option for me but to run. At last, I make it to an elevator. I throw myself inside and slam the button for the first floor. There's no more time for doubts. Even if there was, I'm in way too deep to voice them. I try to take a deep breath and check myself over. Good. Still in one piece. Body still moving. The only parts that feel stiff are my fingers. They're gripped so tightly around my knife that they don't even feel like they're a part of my own body. Probably should have said that they feel numb, not that they won't feel part of his body. Is this fear I'm feeling? Am I scared of facing that monster? That incarnation of violence? If that's all it is, then I'm fine. At least this proves I'm still in my right mind. This is a creature that can kill just by being in a close proximity to someone. Any human ought to be afraid of that. But that leaves one other fear. The real problem. Namely, I'm more afraid of killing than being killed. I knew that was going to be it. She literally asked you about this, though. My breathing quickens. My heart thumps faster in my chest, like it's trying to break free from my body. I arrive at the first floor. Adjusting my grip on my knife, I run as fast as I can towards the crater. I step out of the building and witness a mountain of rubble before me. Slowly, I inch closer to the crater, stopping just short of where the ground caved in to peer over the edge. It's definitely 40 meters deep. There was a park here once, but there is no trace of it now. The debris is scattered across the slope all the way down to where it bottoms out into the cavern. It looks like it'll be too steep to climb back up, though I should be able to get down safely enough. Which is why I... scoped things out. We gotta wait for the fire to go away. I can't go down there now. The pit below is filled with azure flames as far as I can see. I mean, that was a really obvious decision to make. In the middle of it all stands the towering vampire. Vlov Arkangul. It appears that explosion didn't even scratch him. What a monster. By human standards, he might as well be immortal. But even so, the figure in white still dances circles around him, like a beautiful huntress darting and weaving through an orchid of flame and crumbling rubble. That figure in white is Arkwood. She leaps over the river of flames to close in on Vlov. In his hand is some crude weapon. At a glance, it looks like a longsword, but its blade is shaped like a machete. Arcwood, on the other hand, is fighting back against him with her bare hands. She's only got her legs to run and her clawed hands to strike. Yet even so, this proves enough to counter Vlov's machete. He's forced backwards after one tremendous blow. The wound left on his arm is deep enough for me to see the bone beneath. But the sight lasts only a moment. By the time Arcwood slashes open Vlov's flesh, his blood is already flowing over it, repairing the gash. Yeah, that's why you have to kind of win with overwhelming force. Arcwood warned me about this. Vampires won't die as long as their supply of blood isn't exhausted. It's just like she said, a wound fatal to any ordinary creature disappeared in the blink of an eye, like it was never there. He swings his heavy blade without fear. Arcwood is careful not to overextend. Whenever she lands a blow, she quickly leaps back just out of his blade's reach. She must be wary of him landing a counter strike. No, that's not it. Her face says it all. She's enjoying the chase.
27層も質が落ちたものね。このまま奥の手も見せないで私に殺される。
Vlov's breathing comes out in ragged heaves. His morbidly pale skin is painted with anguish. I kind of doubt that he's holding back, though. Like, I really don't think he's gonna have his well, like a hidden technique. But we'll see. He may be immortal, but there's a limit to his powers. Even though he appears to be unharmed, Arcwood's dive bomb must have wrecked him, maybe even dealt an otherwise fatal blow. In regenerating his entire body, I mean, that's presumptuous, but I suppose it's possible, he's burned through most of his energy. Arcwood's in a similar situation due to me killing her. That sort of thing must have taken its toll on Vlov, too. I mean, it depends how... I mean, I feel like an attack like that must have hurt Arcwood, too, but okay. I take it she's thinking the same thing. So she's distancing herself after each attack, essentially baiting Vlov to move in for the kill, hoping he'll risk it all on a full-blown counterattack. The metallic ringing of blows reverberates through the air. Vlov's breathing is a mess. No, this is... An awful foreboding chill creeps up my back. Arcwood's got the upper hand, and Vlov is clearly getting exhausted, so why am I feeling so uneasy watching all this unfold? Probably because the flames are still around. It's as if Arcwood's claws are no longer hitting him like they were before. Worse, despite Vlov's ragged appearance, his swordplay, no, machete play, is still top-notch. It's as if he can see right through Arcwood's actions, anticipating and calculating her every move. But worst of all, he still hasn't used that flaming claw of his yet. Vlov howls, the fire shudders and soars in response. Swirling several meters high, the flames grow into an inferno that towers over the both of them. They then split into countless blazing branches. The underground coliseum has morphed into a jungle of flame. Walls of fire press in around Arcwood, blocking off her escape route. I mean, she wasn't... I mean, that's not true. She can literally just jump away, but okay, sure. We know she can just jump out of here. They literally just told us that, that she can jump 80 meters high. Supposedly. I mean, then again, she was on a building, but still. But then she's 40 meters underground, so it's like, well, why would she not be able to jump over these flames? Whatever. Anyway. At that moment... High above her, melting straight through the rubble, hands, composed of heat, stretched their fingers wide before slamming straight into her body. In that 1 second, the tides shift in Vlov's favor. You don't know that, but okay, sure. Arcwood told me that she could withstand temperatures up to 3,000 degrees, but these flames just burn straight through concrete. They've got to be far hotter than that. Is that true? I'm trying to think about that one. I feel like I should know that, but I don't know. I've never heard that concrete can withstand hotter temperatures than solid steel. I don't know. Vlav stacked 3 of those fiery hands atop one another. Okay. A strike like that wouldn't even leave ashes behind. She never had a chance of escape, and now the fire only serves to lap up its prey. That's how it ends for the woman in white, incinerated without a trace. That is, if this had happened last night. Okay. New outfit, alright. The flames part. A white skirt flutters in the wind. My gaze is glued to the scene, mesmerized by her transformation. I'd like to mention, though, like, if we had attacked him during the daytime, he wouldn't be able to use his powers to this extent. But anyway, she told me all about it. Yeah, I got a plan. I'll remake my body beforehand. This black and white battle dress must be the culmination of her plan, a piece of armor that can withstand the heat of Vlav's flames. I wonder if it looks the way it does because it absorbs his flames, or if Arkwood made it that way. Either way, the flames have no effect on her now. No effect, sheesh. Her plan went off without a hitch. Arkwood's victory was all but assured once she figured out that fire was Vlav's main weapon of attack back in the hotel. Okay, sure. Vlav assails her with more fiery claws. But Arkwood bats them away with a casual flick of her left wrist. As easily as parting her hair, she cleaves through the wall flames, scattering them left and right. The sparks that manage to touch her white dress sizzle and fade in submission. Her golden hair streaks behind her like a shooting star. The way she moves and swings her claws now is unlike anything I've seen her do before. Vlav is forced to stumble back, helpless against her onslaught. The difference between them is astounding. It's hardly even a contest anymore. Vlav went from hunter to hunted the second his flames were rendered useless. Arkwood is absolutely relentless, inflicting fatal wound after fatal wound as she corners the vampire. So now this is kind of weird, because it's like, well, you know, does Shiki even have to do anything here, you know? The only reason Vlav's still standing must be because he's still got some blood in reserve. But that will run out sooner or later, especially since there is no one left in the area for him to feed off of. All that's left is that which already flows within his body. Just a few more hits like this, and that'll be gone too. He'll be starved, and once he no longer possesses the fuel he needs to regenerate, he'll be little more than a regular corpse. But he might use his trump card at that point, I guess. Presumably. A plea for mercy, undignified like a spoiled child. Gone is his skillful display with the machete. His swings turn wild and graceless as he haphazardly lunges at Arkwood. Almost like he were trying to cast away his fears, but she doesn't miss her chance to retaliate. This kind of makes me think that once he is out of his blood reserves, he'll just go literally out of control and, like, nuke the entire place. Like, again, out of control. Like, he doesn't want to blow everything up. But clearly he's not in full control of his powers. Clearly. He's like, he wants to die, I think. But he also doesn't want to, you know, do a mini nuke. So maybe they'll ask me, hey, do you want to finish Vlav off? The vampire cries as he leaps into the air. Getting away from Arkwood takes every last ounce of blood-fueled power that he has. He flees, soaring higher and higher, aiming past the confines of the crater. Even a 40-meter deep crater isn't enough to keep him trapped. Well, yeah. It's likely that he intends to scour the surface for more blood to replenish his supply. What the fuck is that? Ivy wraps around his leg before he has a chance to escape. It sprouts from the earth in a flash, tangling itself around the vampire with incredible force and drags him right back into the center of the hole. The river of fire at Vlav's feet is reignited. I watch as the azure flames turn the ivy to ashes, but it's not enough to release him of his shackles. New vines spring forth from this topsoil of ash. No matter how many times he burns through them, the chains remain unbroken, reviving again and again like a phoenix. Even the immortality of a vampire pales in comparison to nature's infinite cycle of rebirth. These vines are that cycle made manifest. Short of burning down the entire planet, there's no way to escape them. No amount of vampiric powers or curses can extinguish nature's breath. Arkwood dashes in his direction. Everything about her posture and demeanor tells me that she's going in for the final blow. She's already crushed every last one of his attacks. Finally, she's decided to put an end to this. I'm happy to let her do the honors. She doesn't even need my involvement. Any moment now, Arcuid will crush Vlav. There's just one thing. Even with our victory so close at hand, my heart beats like crazy. Something feels wrong. His agony, his labored breath. Something tells me that things aren't as they seem. The anguish painted on his sallow face is clearer than ever. In this incandescence, he alone inhabits a different world. A white breath, so out of place amidst the fiery sea that envelops him. I know that look in his eyes. It's one of obsession and of self-preservation. He is both the aggressor and the victim, which is when I realize that we made a huge mistake. I wonder what that is. Just go down there and stab him now. Arcwood's victory is already guaranteed. I'd be an idiot to try and interfere now. I ought to sit here and observe. There's no need for me to plunge into that hellscape. Knowing that, whatever. Continue the plan. I remember what Arcwood told me. Defeating a vampire means defeating whatever special abilities they possess. The problem is that we were looking at the wrong ability. In focusing on the fire, we overlooked everything else. But that's not where his true power lies. How would you know that? I shout at her from high above, but I'm too far. My voice won't reach her. Despite it all, I scream with all my might. I know what type of power this vampire wields for some reason. It's not heat, but ice for some reason. Arcwood pierces his chest. Blood spurts out from the wound. It flows quick and free like a bottle uncorked. At last, this scorching nightmare is brought to an end. Vlav is pushed back past the final threshold. A terrible sound fills the air. Ice. It rends time and space as the vampire reveals its true form. The atmosphere crackles and sparks. The atoms that were accelerated by the heat suddenly decelerate at an unnatural pace. Electrons bounce off the ultra-cold matter and, with nowhere to go, react with the atmosphere. The blue flames that covered the ground around him were never really flames at all. They were exothermic reaction akin to vaporization. The very Earth rapidly losing heat. I don't think that's true. I really don't think that's true. How would he know that Vlav uses ice, though? Like, how did he figure that out? I only know that because he uses ice in the video game. Melty Blood. And also, he kind of keeps saying, so cold, so cold. So, you know, that's kind of suspicious. He extends one of his cold-blooded arms. Isn't his heart shredded through right now? His fingers are spread wide, palm open, as if craving warmth. So very, very cold. The beautiful huntress is enveloped in blinding light. It wasn't just the temperature that dropped, the world itself underwent a drastic change. The torrent of ice blows Arcwood away and engulfs the city beyond. Everything is frozen, from the ground in the pit below to the roofs of the skyscrapers, all in a flash. I wonder if anyone was left in those buildings. What a weird thing to say, considering he is closer than where the buildings are. So then how did you not get hit by this ice if everything around him kind of turned to ice? If there were people who still hadn't been evacuated, then the sheer cold would have robbed them of their heat and killed them in an instant. But not you? A shiver runs down my back at the sight before me. I'm afraid to think of what might follow this. It's stupid luck that I'm even alive right now. Had I been behind Arcwood on the other side of the crater, I would have been frozen alive. Okay, so he only froze what was in front of him, I guess. I mean, it looks really narrow, but okay. It's weird, because it says the river of flame could cover the wide area, but it also spread slowly. Most people would be able to outrun those flames if needed. But this river of frost is something else. It might have a narrow range and follow a set path across the ground, but once it's fired, it spells instant death. Okay. Narrow, okay. If he manages to escape above ground, he'll slaughter the whole town. I desperately cling to the hope that she's still alive. She's the only one who can stop this monster. Except that, you know, you're supposed to go and help. I spot her in the middle of the glacial river. Thankfully, Arcwood being tough... Thankfully, she's tough as nails. It looks like that blast of ice didn't even dent her.
そういうこと。あなたは正気がないんじゃなくて、正気から逃げていたのね。三流の使徒であり、原理を持つ以上の星を打倒し得る。おかげで目が覚めたわ。ブローブ・アルハンゲル。
Arkwood stands untouched at the center of the glacier. Vlov's gaze is as cold as the ice that surrounds him. His eyes are no longer filled with the same pain and agony as before. They're the eyes of a hunter now, stalking his prey on the snowy tundra. I'm wondering if I'm gonna end up dying in this because I called out, so he would notice that I called out, right? It's just kind of weird that the right answer would be don't yell, you know? Like, you're implying that that he's gonna do something that she didn't see coming. Then she still gets hit by the full brunt of the attack, but she didn't get hurt. Okay. The will to fight. If anything, this is the first time I've actually seen him this motivated in battle. To battle.
本来なら目を覚ます前に終わらせていたわ。あなたを救ったのは憎たらしい殺人鬼。まあ、それも今一時の話だけど。
Why are you hinting at Shiki's ability? Well, we gotta make sure that he doesn't know about your ability, Shiki. So anyway, there was this guy who slashed me and made me weaker. It's like... Thanks for just stating what we were trying to hide, Arkwood. I mean, he could have killed her the previous night, though. Let's be serious.
忌々しいけどそういうことよ。お互い最後の一撃を残しているだけの低たらく。どちらかが仕掛ければどちらかが消えるだけ。その前に最低限の礼は取ってあげる。答えよ、賠償家畜の我が霊則。その証、根の病巣。大臼のごときその穴から新たな原理をはらんだ種よ。貴様にとって血とは何？
Arkwood sounds oddly dire, even considering the situation. Her question sounds like she's condemning him. Even Vlov looks like he was taken by surprise. His tone bellies in honest reverence as he clarifies his true nature.
避けようと絶海を漂流し、城を構えた変わり者。27祖の一人、ゼリア・アッフェンバウム。1000年を超える原理を持ちながら、子を作らずに領地を治めていたと聞いたけど、そう。つまり、殺して奪ったのね。
No.
そうだ。俺は後継者ではない。ただの騎士だ。騎士だった。永遠など俺には手に余るもの。
My guess is that she wanted to die, so he killed her, but then by killing her, he absorbed her power and then can't control it. The vampire beckons toward his shadow with his right hand. Oh wow. Out of its unnaturally stretched umbra emerges a strange and massive weapon. Oh, okay.
ご当主にとってもそれはより不相応。故に奪った騎士として王を倒し、その王座を簒奪した。
I'm still calling that he feels guilty about this.
俺だけのものになった。
そう短い王位だったわね。
強気だな。空想具現化もできぬほど弱っている。俺と正面から撃ち合う。
So it's a little funny. I don't know if this is a new translation, but it's interesting that this simultaneously sounds like a reality marble and a noble phantasm. Interestingly, which is very similar things technically, but yeah.
いらない。たかだか死と相手に世界と同化する必要もない。
Assimilate with nature.
あなた程度、この爪だけで十分よ。
The corner of her lips curve into a smile. His gallant features twist into that of a hideous beast. Then probably should do something about that art, but okay. It's a wry smile, as if to confirm Arkwood's accusations. I thought you said that it twisted into a hideous beast, and then you call it a wry smile?
最も強き者と先編にして偏らぬ。貴様はまさにそれだ。そこまで衰退していながら、まだ俺を上回る余力がある。あらゆる状況に対応する原初の位置。旅の使徒では可能。
The air distorts. His twisted desires spur the blue haze to lower the temperature even further. But Arkwood doesn't hesitate. She's fully aware that a direct hit from Vlav's strange lance could be the end of her, yet she still charges head on. Then... I'm surprised that I haven't snuck up on him here, but okay. I mean, to be fair, he can freeze everything around him more than likely, but still. Yeah, just shoot ice, yeah. Arkwood comes to an abrupt halt and throws up her hands in front of her as if to protect herself. The wind screeches as it blankets the surroundings and temperature is approaching absolute zero. And then... Good job, Arkwood. The giant otherworldly spear shadows Arkwood's pure white dress. Okay. I guess the dress was a... what's it called? A mystic code? The blast kicks up a snowstorm that blocks my vision. My breast turns white as the air around me cools. Probably should go and kill that guy now. The blizzard clears, revealing Arkwood crumpled on the rubble a few dozen meters from Vlav. It's kind of weird that they actually are acting like Vlav actually does just want to become stronger. But the way he's doing it is a little weird. You know, again, he still feels like he's out of control. Nothing remains of her fireproof dress. Maybe he's just stupid, though. Maybe he's just, you know, again, out of control and just like, whatever, I'll just do whatever I feel like I should do at any one moment. He can't think clearly. But then he was thinking clearly right there, so... She's gone back to her original form. Was it that hard to dodge that lance? I wonder what's special about the spear. Arkwood lies dead still. But Vlav doesn't approach her. Instead, he raises his hand as if signaling for something. The debris surrounding Arkwood creaks and crumbles. Beneath the rubble, the clawed hands of zombies scratch and groan as they crawl out of the dirt.
この狩りはもはや俺、女の死体を拾ってこい。その順応性、あらゆる苦しみを上回る万能の血。この手に。
Yeah, maybe he can't move right now. Because I was like, why would he command the zombies to get her? Probably because he can't move. At Vlav's command, the zombies head to where Arkwood lies motionless. It's over. Our plan failed. There won't be another chance to chain up Vlav. Arkwood is gone and the city is wrapped in the grim cold. Everyone is as good as dead. Why don't you just go stab him right now? What I see before me now are the final moments before the world as I know it ends. I assume this is supposed to be like a fake out, like, oh no, but it's like, okay, I'd like to remind you, my two choices was, hey, there's a whole bunch of flame right there. Should I run into the flame or not run into the flame? I'm pretty sure running into the flame would have killed me. Like, come on, what the fuck? So it's like, and also, Arkwood even literally said, wait for the flames to go away. So it's like, imagine if, wait for the flames to go away. Oh, here comes the flames. We'll charge straight into the flames. Yeah, that would have been nonsense. The cold feels like razor blades on my skin. My body temperature is dropping rapidly. Even living is a challenge in this extreme weather. My brain's gears grind as the pressure in my skull rises. I claw at my chest, feeling like my heart might explode any moment now. I give myself 2 more minutes at best. Okay, yeah. The horde of zombies is closing in on Arkwood. Despite the freezing cold, the scene reminds me of midsummer. They're like a file of ants marching towards some spilled sugar under the scorching sun. They'll kill her. They'll tear her limb from limb, just like I did. Just like I did, just like you did once. What? Okay. Yet I stand here, watching it all unfold from the safety of this ledge. At this rate, that thing is a natural disaster in the guise of a human. We never should have gone after him. What? He's strong, but he really isn't any stronger than what we were expecting, I would say. The only problem is that you were literally told to stab him from behind and you still have not done that. It was a height of arrogance to think we could defeat him. What was I thinking? That we could stop him from killing more people? That we could solve this without any more casualties? What a joke. We never should have confronted him. If we had just let this whole disaster blow over like a typhoon, at least we might have stopped it. He might have stopped it burning the city to the ground? Whatever. I just can't. They couldn't do anything. You chose to do nothing. They had nothing to fight back with. You have a weapon. Pressure builds against my skull. Thoughts turn to disarray as common sense rests with delusion. My consciousness turns to flee. I make no move to stop it. There's nothing I can do. No way I can fight him. But I've done enough. Any more is insane. But I should run while I can. Just turn away like a normal person. But she'll die. I stare up at the sky. Tall, frozen buildings invade my view. The people inside must have died in an instant. No chance to even manage a scream. I mean, it's the middle of the night. I don't think people were in those buildings, but okay. I guess it depends where the buildings are. Unlike what happened at the hotel, the pleading screams of the people there still haunt me, even now. I look over at the fallen woman. The corpses inch closer and closer, moaning and drooling. Even now, the river of ice continues to expand. Oh, really? All while the vampires watch over his dominion of death with absolute indifference. My head splits from the pain. At this low temperature, my heart has to squeeze and contract with everything it's got to keep my blood flowing. Everything points to just one conclusion. Every trickle of fear that sinks to the pit of my stomach churns and turns, coagulating into a massive fury. Why is he taking so long to go and stab him right now? I may be defective, a laughingstock, stupid and naive, because despite all of that, I still can't bear to stand by and watch this happen. I remove my glasses. I cover my mouth with my left hand to stop what remains of my precious body heat from escaping through my breast. What now what? I've got 1, no, maybe 3 minutes. I'd like to remind you, like 5 minutes ago he said that he had 2 minutes left. But all the thoughts in his mind are happening within, you know, 5 seconds or whatever. That's all the time I'll have until the fire within me burns out. It's not that I lack motivation, that's just a realistic assessment of how long a human can survive down in that pit. How about don't talk? I scold myself as I slide down the slope. This is crazy, I'm crazy, this is also crazy. How about you don't make too much noise while you go and run at him? Run away if you want to live? No, it's the opposite. If I really want to live, I need to go in. This monster cannot be allowed to exist. This monster cannot be allowed to roam free. If I run away, I'll die. If I run away, the entire city will perish with me. So it's clear what I have to do now. If I want to live, I need to kill. If I'm going to survive, I need to charge. I have to kill him right here, right now, as fast as I can. My patience for this creature has already run thin. It dares to kill, steal, and live on without remorse or repercussion. I cannot allow it to live, not as a human, not as a fellow living creature. As long as this thing lives, it will be my prey. I will tear out its life force by the root. I run toward Arcuid. Why? Okay, what? The zombies are about to press their teeth into her tender flesh. Why? Also, would they even be able to break through the flesh? I remember the question she asked me earlier. Can I actually bring myself to kill? Whether they're truly human or not, can I kill something that looks so human? Is he really running toward the zombies instead of toward Vlav? Really? It doesn't matter now. My head simply aches. So what, he's gonna just attack Vlav head on? Okay. I've never gone without my glasses for this long. I mean, yes you have. When you killed Arcuid, you didn't have your glasses on for like over an hour. I've never been this objective in my thinking. Or maybe he took off his glasses at the last second with Arcuid. In my frenzied state, I make quick note of where each death line is on their bodies. Then I commit to memory each of my undead targets. Hands off her, you eyesores. The dead shouldn't dare to prey on the living. Besides, you're my prey, mine alone. I cut through lines on 3 of the zombies like they were butter. Each neatly splits into 3 pieces and drops to the ground and dead. So why couldn't he do this with the dogs? I guess he just wasn't resolute enough, I guess. It was almost too easy with their attention focused on Arcuid. They were completely defenseless. I make no attempt to touch her. I just call out to her as I kill the 4th. Roused by my voice, Arcuid opens her eyes in a daze. She pushes herself off the ground, but the toll on her is evident from her face and posture. She's come to. She's alive, though her wounds haven't healed. It looks like Arcuid won't be able to move anytime soon. She's the one who ought to be running away, not me. Unfortunately, I don't exactly have it in me to get her to safety. The confusing part about this situation is that there's nothing stopping Vlav from just shooting ice at him right now. So, like, yeah, why didn't you just attack him from behind? I don't get it. Knife in hand, I dash ahead, leaving Arcuid behind. I look over to Vlav, quickly calculating the distance between the two of us. Admittedly, if one of the zombies actually did bite into Arcuid and it actually broke her skin, I have no idea what that would do. Like, would that just, like, empower the zombie like crazy? I don't know. About 40 meters. 6 seconds before I reach him. He still hasn't noticed me yet. Okay. 3 more seconds. I can't waste any more time observing him. I've got to end this with one final blow. My body is already suffering from hypothermia. He still has 3 more minutes, guys. But I have at most 1 minute before my body starts to falter and I can no longer move freely. Okay. That's plenty, though. I can already see the lines that'll let me kill him where he stands. I mean, you have to... Okay, whatever. We'll see. He finally reacts. He shifts his gaze towards me with all the disinterest of a man about to wave off a bug. The gigantic lance he used to skewer Arcuid is gone, too. Which makes sense. I'd be worried if it wasn't. I mean... Even if he had it, you'd still be able to cut through it, but okay. If in Vlav's eyes, I'm nothing. I might as well be one of his useless zombified minions. He sees me as no more than Arcuid's incompetent bodyguard. Why stain his spear when he could just as easily crush this insignificant human under his boot? That gives us our chance. All I can do is catch him by surprise. He's already spotted me, so getting him from behind is no longer... no kidding. But that doesn't mean a surprise attack is out of the question. He doesn't know about my eyes. He'd never fathomed that a mere human could possess the power to kill an immortal vampire with a single strike. I mean, you still have to go faster than whatever his attack's gonna be, but okay. 2 seconds, it's my only chance. My one shot to cross the boundary between life and death. Focus. All I need to do is dodge his first move. As long as I can do that, then my gamble will pay off and I'll be able to cut through his lines. I mean, doesn't he have, Mystic Eyes? But we'll see. Just as I'm about to get within slashing distance, we both jump back from one another at the same time. We never even got within each other's reach. 2 factors brought us here. First, I made a misstep. The cold air concentrated around him prevents me from getting near. The closer I get, the duller my body and mind become. At the speed I was going, I'd have lost consciousness as soon as I was within 2 meters of him. If you say so. How would you know this? What? Like, is he seeing the future? Because, like, it's really weird the way he perceives reality. Like, this guy would spew off medical knowledge. Like, again, it's kind of weird because, like, oh, he doesn't know anything about actually tending to wounds, but I still feel like he would, like, know medical knowledge that only a 9-year veteran doctor would know. One more step and it would have been over for me. I've lost the element of surprise. It's just as impossible to sneak up on Vlav and kill him. I mean, it is possible. You had plenty of time. You know, when he was looking that direction and he was completely concentrated on Arcuid, and then you didn't sneak up behind him and stab him, you know? But I can live with that. Failing the ambush was something I had accounted for. I mean, I think that this is just like another stupid Japaneseism of, like, it would have been disgraceful. It would have been disgraceful to stab him from behind, and it's like, you're a human who could easily be killed by him, but okay, sure, I guess, I don't know. There's one other problem, though. A problem far more deadly. That bastard. My rage throbs behind my temples, mixing with the headache from going without glasses for so long. I still can't believe it. He somehow managed to read me. He must have some kind of intuition. Well, so do you, so what the fuck are you talking about? A primal instinct to survive that would put any wild animal to shame. He should have had no reason to fear me. Yet he somehow sensed that I have some method of killing him. In that perilous instant, he recognized me as a threat, leaping away without another moment's thought. So notice that he's hesitating now. So, like, if you actually had it, if Shiki hadn't hesitated, he could have just ran straight at him. I jumped back around 2 meters, but his retreat was on another level. He had to have pulled a full 30 meters back. I suppose 30 meters must be the minimum safe distance for a vampire. It's almost hilarious just how different a scale we operate on. Dude! You just said that you jumped back 2 meters. 2 meters isn't a safe distance in any situation. Like, somehow 2 meters is equal to his 30 meters. But it's like, what? Huh? I think Arcuid can, like, go across that in less than a second, I feel like. And 2 meters, like, Nothing. Even between two humans, 2 meters is nothing. So I don't know what he's talking about. What is this? Who are you? Or what are you? He took the words right out of my mouth. My luck has finally gone to the drain. Gone down the drain. He never let me close this gap between us again. He'll never let me close this gap between us again. I recognize that I won't be able to take him down, whereas he's figured out that I possess a way to kill him. From here on out, it'll be... Yeah, he can just shoot you with ice, so I don't know what that means. A long-distance massacre. Yeah, here comes icicles. Although, remember, earlier he just was like, here's just a wave of death. But no, now we're doing physical objects for some reason. They're sharp as spears and like bullets they fly, targeting my skull. Do I dodge or do I take them? Should I waste my weapon here or continue to conceal it? What? You were not concealing them before. You literally killed, what, 5 or more zombies on your way to Vlov? What are you talking about, conceal? The decision is made on instinct. Yeah, no kidding. Just use the knife. The headache wrings my brain like a wet towel. My eyes hone in on the instrument of death like the focus being adjusted on a camera. If I cut the lines, these spears of ice, their inertia, the very bonds of holding them together, will be killed right in front of me. Death takes aim at my temples. I align my knife with a projectile. Humans were once feral beasts too. We're still host to the acute reflexes and instincts we had during that bygone time. Sure. As long as I'm free to move my body as I wish. These icicles are no deadlier than a pea shooter. What? No. What are you talking about? A pea shooter, the bullets would be so tiny. You would never be able to actually aim at a pea shooter bullet. However, I've used up my only shot at a surprise attack. It's not a surprise attack. You already knew that. I mean, you were holding the knife the whole time, right? It's not like you were running at him with your fist looking like this or something. Like, no, you had the knife in your hand. Clearly, that was your attack. Anyway, whatever. His eyes tell me everything I need to know. He saw what I did just now. He doesn't have to understand how I did it, but I'll never get close enough to do it to him. Then why doesn't he jump back further? I've lost my only avenue to victory. Should I really have shown him my trump card so soon? No, I shouldn't have. But it's not like I had another choice. I had to play my best hand in order to survive. I'll just have to find something that can make up for it. I limit myself to only the most necessary movements. Even if I can't get close to him, I should at least try to conserve my energy. You know what? I just realized I haven't checked my audio in a while, so I want to check my audio really quickly. Okay, it's good. Okay, it's good. Even if I get close to him, I should at least try to conserve my energy. There's only 2 more minutes left till I hit my limit. Actually, I think you said, yeah, right, 1 more minute, and then you'll start slowing down anyway. My fear is cast out by excitement. Caught in a battle for survival, my perspective on life and death gets turned upside down. That was no miracle. There's a brief lull in the onslaught of icicles. He hones the waves of ice, of cold air into singular points, creating a maelstrom of ice. I will not have you quicken my heart any further. The frozen javelins are launched in my direction as if from a trap thrower. I slice through each of the icy bullets. With Arkwood behind me, I've got no other choice but to cut down every projectile he throws my way. If only you could literally just circle a little bit around him. It takes about 1.5 seconds for his frozen spears to close the distance between us. As long as I'm able to move my body, I can continue fending off his assault. But in the meantime, I need to come up with a plan. Vlov hasn't moved an inch. Just literally circle around him, and then maybe Arkwood could attack him from behind. By the way, I'd like to remind everybody that Arkwood literally stabbed him in the heart, but apparently he's fine, I guess. Why? There's no reason for him to hold back now that he recognizes I'm a threat. Yeah, we already knew that he... whatever. We already knew he was weakened, sheesh. Which leaves me with a hypothesis. He's frozen in place, not because he thinks he can finish me off from afar, but because he can't move when he's in that state. Arkwood has cornered him already, leaving him without blood to fuel him. This freezing aura that surrounds him is more like the final defense mechanism of a monster on the verge of death. It's a wild theory, but it's one that fits the present situation. Trapped and unable to move, Flav desperately throws accursed icicles every which way in order to cling to life. In the end, it doesn't matter if he runs hot or cold. All creatures ultimately perish when in his proximity. If I were within 10 meters of him, I'd freeze to death in 2 seconds. I'm going to collapse in no time. I'll meet my end like a lost traveler on a snowy mountain, doomed to drift off to sleep and never wake up again. When a human's body temperature exceeds 43 degrees or drops below 34 degrees Celsius, brain cells start to shut down. But I can't lose myself in the details. I have to look at the broader picture. I cannot let my thoughts distract me. My duty is to slice my knife through whatever comes my way the second I see it. I do have to revise some of my earlier assumptions. Yes, the cold heat emanate spreads out in all directions, but after a closer look, I'm not certain the density is uniform all the way around. The ground seems coldest. That must mean there are temperature disparities in the air around him. If he has a weak point, that's where I'll find it. His blizzard may act as an all-encompassing barrier, but that doesn't make it impenetrable from every angle. Flav draws a lance he used against Arkwood from the shadows once more. And they have lines on them. Or it has lines on it. As he does, a large tree of ice crystallizes in the air behind him, its branches extending in all directions. Oh, that's weird. Oh, okay. Fancy, I guess. His attack trumps my analysis. I focus again on intercepting his projectiles. There's no way I can kill all the icicles this time. I'll have to take a hit. No, I can't let that happen. I mean, didn't he tell Arkwood to back him up, so I assume she's going to show up here. It's too soon to give up. I can't afford to take the slightest graze. Bleeding here would be death. The unforgiving cold would strip me of life before the minute was out. Actually, no. If you started bleeding here, it would probably just immediately freeze, but okay, whatever. So I have no option but to kill, one way or another. I must. I reboot my consciousness and see the lines, only the lines. One by one I take note of my prey, 26 in all. I devise my plan, plot where to move, where to slice and kill, and where to dodge. At the center of it all, I see it. Oh right, his center. That which far transcends all of the lines of death surrounding it. A perfect point from where the lines are born, the place where death converges. The wall of death closes in on me. But just now, I thought, a glimmer. I mean, I feel like he could throw his knife to cut these lines, but I don't know. I think we've been told otherwise. I don't know. Just as I'm going to die here, so too does the possibility exist of him dying. But I've already reached my limits. Shikitono is out of ways to ensure his survival. The icicles rip through the flesh of my left thigh and the right side of my abdomen. Precious heat is robbed from my extremities. My ligaments scream as each sudden stop chews away more muscle fibers. The cells within are instantly destroyed by the ultra-cold temperatures. My fingers grow numb. I can barely move my limbs. This is it. The chance at victory is slipping out of sight. Whether he finishes me off or not, I'll be dead within a minute. If Vlav or Arkwood or anyone else were watching me now, they'd think the same, I'm sure of it. But no one believes it more than me. So then why? It must be some primal animal instinct. Why is it that you're smiling during all this? An icicle strikes Arkwood in the face. Fuck, I forgot to account for Arkwood's position behind me. It looks like it only managed to graze her, but she has one hand over her face, rubbing the spot where she was struck. What kind of person takes a hit like that to the face and comes out with barely a scratch? I mean, whatever. Anyway, just like, I already knew that she was super durable. That's why I was like, oh no, the zombie's gonna bite her. Like, I wonder about that. And she can heal from that, even if it did blow away her head. I'm reminded once more of just what a monster Arcuid is. She buries one hand into the ground and pulls out a massive slab of earth as easily as someone might dig through sand with a shovel. Then, as if to rebuke Vlav for the pain he caused her, she flings the rock in his direction. He's like, shit! Not rocks, but he demolishes it, just as easily with his lance. There's still not a scratch on him. It makes sense that he wouldn't be killed by rudimentary weapons. Then why did he destroy the rock? After seeing Arcuid's counterattack, it's like the final piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. Finally, I've got something I can work with. I can kill him with one blow, but to do that, I'll have to strike him before my body shuts down from the cold. How, though? My legs won't carry me the distance. They need to in a span of 2 seconds. I need something faster. Arcuid, throw me at him. To maximize my chances, I'd better approach him from an angle where the cold is thinnest. But I can't use my legs to do that. I've got no other option. At this rate, I'll die anyway. It's no longer a question of if I can do it, but how. Brace yourself. There's only one way to get close enough, and that's by... I have no idea what most of these mean. Pulling what? Taking flight, throwing. So, So my interpretation is either that he can throw his knife at his neck, but I kind of doubt it. I kind of feel like even though he can't move, he should still be able to deflect that. So it'd probably be better actually to have Arcuid throw me. So we'll say that, and we'll see if it works. I assume that's what taking flight means. Technically this can normally mean run away, but who knows? Translation, weird stuff. Taking flight. Or I suppose it'd be more accurate to say falling down? What? But can I actually pull it off? The whole thing would be down to luck. I'm already aware that there's no way I'd come out of this venture unscathed. For one, the impact of the landing alone would break my bones and turn my muscles to pulp. Will you be able to bear such agony? I narrowly sliced through the projectiles as if I were cutting through my own hesitation. So those were a little too close for comfort, but I ought to thank him. That last shot has opened my eyes. I just need to take whatever pain that comes my way. I've never been particularly susceptible to the sting of death to begin with. From now on, I'll tune every last thought to the prospect of killing. I have no doubt that Vlav is already doing the same. This feels like the right answer so far. I turn around and run toward Arcuid, though doing so depletes me of my last reserve of energy. I couldn't take one more step if I tried. My enemy is 50 meters away from me, but that's fine. Horizontal distance doesn't matter here. Yep, here we go. Oh, we're gonna combine that. Well, pretty much basically the same thing that I was thinking, but not quite. I mean, admittedly, throwing him would be a little weird. How would that, how would he not, have his neck snap back or something, I quickly explained the plan to her. It's a short explanation. She views me with total bewilderment, but something about my expression must have convinced her. I nod, indicating I've already accepted the consequences. I don't even have the energy to talk, and I'm honestly shocked Arcuid was still considering the possibility of escape. Even though I was supposed to catch my breath, I can't help but yell before getting to my plan. Which is when Arcuid just does the move. There's no time to explain. Vlav has already sent more spears. I'll take my eyes off Arcuid and focus on our enemy. Behind me, Arcuid perks up in response to my order.
私が指揮を勝たせてあげる。
This definitely feels like the right answer. I crouch down in front of Arkwood. There I press my knees and palms flat against the ground. Okay. An unseen arm runs beneath the surface. Arkwood unearths another slab of rock just like before. No, it's on a whole different scale this time. The entire terrain crumbles and shakes as she loosens a massive swath from the ground. It's an explosion of soil, a veritable upheaval of the ground. The terrain splinters into countless pieces. If Vlov's cold is a blizzard, then Arkwood's made a tsunami of earth. Just called an earthquake, but okay. If Vlov's deathly icicles are but droplets splashing against a tidal wave, soon the 50... Oh, no, sorry. Even Vlov's deathly icicles are but droplets splashing against a tidal wave. Soon the 50-meter-high wall of earth will crash into him with the full force of 7,000 tons. Yet the knight doesn't flinch in the face of the looming calamity. He pierces through the wave of gravel with a thrust of his steel lance. Steel? I feel like it's ice, but okay. Between the falling debris, he must have noticed that Arkwood, having used the last of her strength to pry apart the bedrock, was now on her knees, and that the imminent threat was nowhere to be seen among the earth and sand. Staring down the towering wave, his instincts returned to him. To be precise, they had returned 2 minutes prior. When a lone human forced him into retreat, that which he had thought was forever lost to the cold was rekindled, and he found himself regaining a semblance of his sanity. This human has a means to kill me. I know not how, only that he does. A lingering instinct of a man once whole. The intuition of a warrior honed and tempered during the Dark Ages suddenly broke free of the curse plaguing his body. That's interesting, because they mentioned that his master, the ancestor he got his powers from, is 1,000 years old, and the Dark Ages are actually from basically 1,000 years ago. I mean, it depends a little. 1,000 to 900 years ago, somewhere around there. So it's kind of interesting. I wonder what his there's definitely more to his backstory, it seems. The deep-seated pride of a knight, built up over a mere 2 decades, had won over the madness of a millennium. Well, what's that mean? Now they're saying that he's only been alive for 2 decades? I wonder what that means. And won over the madness of a millennium. He understands all too well that this is nothing short of a miracle. But such things are fleeting. This delusion of the mind will end once he kills the human. It will regress to being a dream of the dead, never to see the light of day again. In a matter of moments, the human joy he finds in the thrill of the fight will be buried by a haze of frost. But that's why he intends to relish the development. He understands the enemy's intention. He'll mask his approach using the debris as cover. He's seen the human's weapon. He knows it can cut through things. Surely the human will use this wall of dirt as a door, burst through it, and encroach on his territory. He readies his lance. The wall of dirt towers before him. Under normal circumstances, he would shatter the wall and his concealed foe with it. There is no need for him to adapt to the enemy's tactics. His preferred method of warfare has always been to offer no quarter and crush all resistance. He still has plenty of energy remaining, 10 people's worth of the finest blood. Yet the vampire remains obstinate. Okay. It is his warmth. In order to burn, he will preserve this blood for all eternity. He does not mean to make light of the human. He has already realized that the foe he faces is an outlier. He is more than aware that if the human gets too close, it will be the end of him. Yet there are things even he is unwilling to relinquish. Fully aware of his own heedlessness, he thrusts his lance forward using 50% of his remaining power. The giant wave of debris breaks apart immediately on impact. But that only takes care of the rocks to his front. The blow ensured his immediate safety and nothing more. He knows that it would do little to his foe. He knows the enemy will come for him, no matter the cost. He will come. Unfortunately, there are limits to the human body. It has no way of passing through this rain of debris. Even with the true ancestor princess on his side, some things are impossible. It's so weird that he's the one that keeps saying true ancestor princess, and it hasn't actually been brought up to Shiki or mentioned by Arcuid. When the Ursan waves break and the downpour ends, so will the life of the human. As long as he can find the boy, an ambush is impossible. Vlav opens his eyes. They're equipped to peer leagues into the distance. But he finds nothing, not even a glimpse of a shadow creeping away. Could he have actually managed to kill him with that mighty blow? No, this foe would never die to something so simple. He chastises himself for thinking so highly of the enemy, yet a deathly cold chill runs down his spine. For a single second, he allowed his mind to drift from his foe. He knows that the enemy will come, yet if he is nowhere to be found, then the knight's premise must have been faulty from the start. The vampire looks up at the sky. There he finds his enemy illuminated under the moonlight. The pale blue ghost lights of the mystic eyes of death perception bear down upon him. Wait, the death perception eyes glow blue, not red? I would have assumed they glow red. Blue ghost lights. Arkwid's aim wasn't just to bury Vlav in debris, it was to lob this boulder into the air, the one I was strapped to, far out of the vampire's view, and more importantly, above the reach of his cold. I mean, this is kind of what I was expecting. I was expecting it, I was thinking of many things, let's just say. 30 meters below me, the tidal wave of Earth is demolished by Vlav. What remains is just him, me, and the vast open air between us. I steel my nerves as I visualize the outcome. If I manage to do this, Shiki Tono will lose both his legs. Even if I survive, I'll never walk again. The certainty crystallizes in my mind's eye. But I won't let that bother me. If I can brace long enough to survive the next 2 seconds, then the result will be well worth it. It took him only a second to find me. Why, I admire his... but won't you fall off halfway though? Also, hopefully she uses the chains on Vlav. She still hasn't used them. Kinda weird. She never even tried. The floating rocks fall into place like puzzle pieces. A hastily constructed slide connected by ivy. We sit on the same coordinates with only the air between us. I calculate my chances of survival. How? What's that mean? Before I get started, I confirm my target. My route is plotted. A one-way path. 30 meters in 2 seconds. Yeah, totally normal human stuff. It's showtime, bloodsucker. My descent begins. I plunge down the slide into the maw of death. I've given up on reacting. I can only make my decision one at a time, 1 second at a time. During the 2 seconds leading up to my touchdown, I focus on 2 factors. Every decision I make could end in my death. When faced with such a scenario, I must concentrate on where my chances of dying are particularly high. I visualize every point that could lead to certain deaths. Only 2 such exist. Elsewhere, my chances of survival lie around 10%. I don't need to worry about those. 10% is more than enough. The problem lies with the ones where I have a 0% chance, a scenario where I die, no matter how deftly I perform, no matter how careful I am, which is why I must do whatever I can to raise those odds from 0 to 1%. I need to sharpen my senses if I'm going to overcome these 2 obstacles of death. I don't have the luxury to allocate them anywhere else. As I drop down, I no longer have the capacity to plan ahead for anything else either. What if I'm wrong and there are more than 2 points of certain death? I can't even fathom it. If there are, then it's already over for me. I don't have the strength to avoid 3 of them. That would just mean his power exceeds my wildest expectations. Icicles appear in the air behind him and shoot forth at me, as if to smother their prey. They close in like jaws of a beast. It's terrifying, but I'm beyond caring now. That fear amounts to nothing more than a base animal instinct. I had seen this coming from a mile away. It's the thing I feared it would kill me. 10 meters. I've passed through the first obstacle. Every last one of my nerves is on fire. My muscles are tuned to perfection. I rapidly twist and turn my torso. Even though it should have been impossible for me to change the trajectory of my descent, I managed to somehow do it after calculating the angle of his weapon. A metallic object narrowly skims the air beside me. My 0% gamble pays off, and I manage to avert certain death. Only 1 second before I land, it's my victory. He's out of moves. I assume that there's going to be another thing that happens then. Both obstacles are determined in the span of a second each. Now I have to kill him before my insides are pulverized by the impact of the fall. I don't care what will happen to me afterwards. In this moment, all my focus is on piercing his line. Yeah, see, wow, shocking. It gets really predictable when they're like, this is what's gonna happen, and then it's not what happens because, oh, well, we can't make things predictable or logical. If he were to have one more move up his sleeve, something out of my predictions... No, there's no time to think, no time to avoid it. Even if I could change my trajectory at this juncture, I wouldn't waste my time on it. The time for thinking is over. If I'm going to die, that was decided the second I started my descent. This is fine. If my brain is to be skewered by ice here, I doubt I'd even feel it. I mean, he has sliced 17 times in 1 second, so he has 1 second right now, right? Okay, I don't know what that was. The second obstacle, the negative 100-degree temperature that defies the laws of nature and stops the human body in its tracks. My impulse to brace for a landing and even my concern for the sanctity of life are left behind in the skies above. Kinetic energy courses from my thighs through to my hips, from my hips up to my back, and from there into my right hand as I swing the knife down. Now that the motion has been set into action, there's no way of stopping it. I'm a killing machine, fueled by inertia. All my brain needs to do is locate the lines. Doesn't he have a machete? Whatever. Whatever. At the center of it all, I see a light. A vortex of swirling atoms, the certainty of life's eventual end, a place of pure death that pulls everything inside like a black hole. My brain may have cast out all rational thought, but it still comprehends what it's seeing through sheer instinct. If the lines are what brings death to life, then this core brings death to the origin of its existence. Okay. The end of the universe, where any creature, be they monster or immortal, can be killed with a simple stab. I can't say I care much for this sudden revelation. My entire body trembles with emotions that run much deeper. Having used his lance already, Vlad unsheathed his machete. Realizing my aim, the vampire readies for another counterattack. Well, this is happening very quickly, though. It's his final move in this game against an underhanded opponent like myself. This means this man is the real deal, a shining example of his kind. I don't know or care where that bar is set for vampires, but he's a killer through and through. I can't help but despise him. When he was sane, before he was a vampire, I'm sure he was a knight worthy of envy. Even if not a shadow of that man remains. But he will never get the chance to bring his blade against me. I turn, dodge, then twist. My eyes trace his core. In an instant, the surrounding temperature returns to normal. The cold wave disappears alongside its master's life force, but the man still remains upright at the center of it all. Dazed, the vampire speaks to himself. I know only that this indescribable unbelievably gentle touch of air left me long ago. I don't know what he's saying. I don't even know the language he speaks, but his tone is gentle, like that of a poet extolling spring.
痛み寒波も感じ恐ろしいが懐かしいこれではまるで僕は死人になったようだ
For some reason, the everything below his knees was still there at the end there. I don't know why. I'm so done. My body drops backwards onto the ground, but my heart and lungs cry for joy as finally, at long last, I begin breathing normally once again. I can't move either arm. I can't even tell whether I'm still holding my knife. All I can be sure of is the throbbing in my body and my rapidly fading consciousness. It's a blessing in disguise. My pain is overtaken by numbness. It feels like the bones of my left leg, which I landed on while falling, were carved with the saw. I assume that Arkwood's just going to be able to heal him, but we'll see. Normally the pain would have me seeing stars, but right now I can't feel a thing. The miserable words pass my lips even though I will not let them. I will them not to. I don't get any joy from having survived. I don't even feel pride in having done some great feat. It wasn't a miracle, it was nothing. After all was said and done, I just charged at him with every emotion I possessed. A solitary crescent moon sits high in the night sky. How odd. It feels familiar somehow, like I saw something just like it in a dream once. Arkwood strolls over as if nothing had happened. I feel more dead than alive, though. Even talking hurts like hell. But you're not going to hear me make petty complaints while I'm still alive. Arkwood seems to be happy on my behalf. Even I know that killing Vlad was a significant accomplishment. And yet... it's not like I actually did anything. His ice has already decimated the city. The body count will likely eclipse the massacre at the hotel by hundreds, if not thousands. This is all my fault. I let it happen again. No one died? I try to fling my body upright, but my left leg screams from the motion. I find myself still on the ground, wincing in pain. Yeah, I can't wait to hear how she prevented anyone from dying. I'm gonna ignore that this happened, because of how stupid this sounds. Arkwood casually admits to having done something insanely overpowered. It's not even insanely overpowered, it's so absurd that it can't be visualized. Because theoretically, she's like coding all of reality around them in a protective, convective coating, whatever the fuck that means. I've never, like, what? Remember, she's covering all living beings with that. Okay. My mind flashes back to the fight. Arkwood had paused abruptly just before she was hit by his lance. Does that mean she didn't do that to protect herself, but to protect the entire city? So are you implying that the only reason why she was hit by the lance was just to prevent greater ice damage? Okay. So it's almost like she easily would have won if she wasn't trying to protect any humans. Okay. Come to think of it, it's kind of strange that I survived the initial blast of ice at all. Yeah, we already know that. Yet I was able to keep breathing even in those Arctic conditions. Arcoid must have ensured the rest of the town was able to do the same. Okay, at least that is an explanation. And because of it, that happened. This entire time I was only thinking about myself. Meanwhile, she was selflessly protecting the city, even when she knew it would leave her at a disadvantage. A strange wave of anger washes over me as I shout at the space case standing next to me. Arcoid raises her brow curiously. I'm basically just your slave and do whatever you tell me to do for some reason. Because she's in love. It's like, okay. I said something that idiotic? Seriously? When? Where? Don't tell me she did it because... I can't believe it. As long as you don't lay a hand on humans. She followed that? Even though she might have lost her life in the process if anything had gone wrong? I laugh at the bizarre reality of it all. But more than that, I am incredibly, incredibly grateful. Because he would have been so guilty. I close my eyes. If what she says is true, then I suppose it's fine for me to rest now. My chest, which had been filled with nothing but regret, is now overcome with relief. My consciousness starts to fade away. I forget all about the pain in my leg as I slip into a deep, dreamless slumber. At least I try to. But Arcoid hits me over the head with a loud swack, forcefully pulling my awareness back to the land of the living. What the hell? Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I knew that was going to come up later, but it still sounded stupid because, like, you know, it didn't make sense at the time with Arcoid, but then, oh, it makes perfect sense here, though. She's right about that. But who was the one who told her that in the first place? This is the end. With that, I've burned through my very last reserves of strength. My consciousness is already in a distant place. I can hear Arcoid making some big fuss at the back of my mind, but I no longer have the energy to open my eyes. Yeah, because I'm tired. Tired enough to drop dead right on this spot. I'll wake up again tomorrow, I promise. You're so loud. I'm going to sleep so you can do whatever you want. She sounds bright and cheery. Her tender fingertips feel cool against my already ice-cold skin. It's nice, soothing. Delight replaces the fatigue inside me. Okay, what are you gonna do? Well, she's just gonna shove it into me to heal me. Just as I'm about to lay into her, I'm suddenly hit with a tremendous sense of emptiness. Perhaps my shouting burned through my last supply of fuel. This time I know I'll fall into an uncontestable slumber. Her cold fingertips part from my skin. Yeah, I am. Been a while since I've slept so soundly without a whiff of fear. Just a reminder, I don't think he's eaten in the last 2 days.
四季の家って坂の上の屋敷でしょ。なんとか送り届けてあげる。
In my sleep, I only see the white
お
moon.
疲れ様式。それとありがとう。今夜はあなたのおかげで助かっちゃった。
Her words of gratitude float about weightlessly. I can't hear her voice anymore. Finally, without anything else to intervene, I fall into the deepest of sleeps. So, normally I would think, well, maybe that's the end of a route, but I think we still have 2 or 3 more days left. Like this is the first half of the story, and then there's going to be like a second half, I think. But that would imply that it's quite a long story. But I guess it still makes sense. I mean, I guess it makes sense because yeah, I'm still only 20-ish hours in. I think it's supposed to be like a 30-ish hour story. It makes sense. A few hours after the blaze outside the station, while the fire raged, firefighters on the scene reported it would take 2 full days to put it out. However, around midnight, the fire died down and was fully extinguished soon after. An officer dispatched to the location said it was as if a living creature had decided to up and leave, which sounds stupid. Who? I assume it's a church member, but this is somebody I don't recognize.
こちらも現場に残っていた使途の痕跡処理を完了しました。警視庁に向かわれますか、マリオさん。
行きたかねえが仕方ねえ。この規模の騒ぎはうちでもそうはねえからな。
Yes, I know about him, this kid. Not this guy.
俺も出向いて誠意ってもん見せないとな。
では私も同行いたします。現場の指揮は例の代行者に委任しますか。
ああ、なぜか潜入捜査してたあいつらか。ツーマンセルなんだよな。下っ端の方は俺のホテルに呼びつけて待機させとけ。使い道があれば使う。あっちの方はできるだけ早く本国に帰らせろ。セオナトールをつっつけばすぐに動く。
かしこまりました。ノイ司祭ラウレンティス様と名義でご義務をお送りします。
ああ、ここでの仕事は大体終わった。
Yeah, Mario.
誰にやらせてもいいんだろう。おい、アンド。
お呼びですか、坊ちゃん。
Don't know this guy.
いやー、着任早々ついてないっすね。こんなんガス爆発でごまかすとか無理ですわ。どっかのテロ組織に声明でも出してもらえます？
That's kind of weird to say that, since actually this being a gas explosion makes plenty of sense. Like, what a weird thing to say. It's like, no, that makes a lot more sense than a lot of explanations I've heard in this universe.
そっちはいらねえ。対外的な処理はここの持ち主に押し付ける。叩けば誇りが出そうだからな。俺たちの仕事はここにあるとまずいものの回収だ。使徒の痕跡はあらかた拭ったが、被害者の処理にまだ不満がある。お前やっとけ。
What human remains are we talking about? They can't really be talking about the zombies, can they?
です了解。待って。坊ちゃんがいつも連れてる大部隊まだ入国してませんよね。もしかして俺だけだ。遺体を全部チェックして噛まれたかもしれないなりかけを見つけ出せと。
Yes, that is literally your job, to make sure vampires don't get created.
見つけ出すだけじゃねえぞ。生きているなら教会に送る。死んでいるならもう一度殺してやれ。
そういうドブさらいが嫌になったから坊ちゃんに雇ってもらったんですけどね。俺
急げ。遺体の安置所には人払いをさせておく。貴様なら夜明けまでに済むはずだ。
動かない標的に引き金を引くだけのお仕事ですし、精神的な負担を無視すればの話ですけどね。
車を回せカリオス。お役所回りを始めるぞ。
はい、すぐ。その他手配は必要ですか？この規模の汚染であれば応援の要請もすぐ。
その必要はね。つうか絶対知らせるの。この件はここだけで片付ける。しばらくは情報収集だ。これでも正義の味方だからな。いたずらに犠牲は増やせない。誰が敵で誰が邪魔者かきっちり当たりをつけなくちゃな。
It's a me, Mario. So he's a very young-looking blonde kid. I mean, he was also in the video game, and I don't know. For some reason, I keep running into him randomly. I don't know why, but he's a little funny guy. But I know nothing about him. Oh wow, we are deep in the Arcuid route, aren't we? Scars of Azure. Well, I could have sworn that they said that. No, I don't know. I was gonna say I could have sworn that this is supposed to be 7 days long. I think that's what it said at the beginning of the game. But now I'm starting to think maybe it's 10 days. It's either 7 or 10. Or like 7 or 9. I do like that it says, you're in this route. Well, as you can see, it's quite late. It ended about where I expected, surprisingly. Even though I actually kind of started going fairly quick near the end there. I just want to look at the route real quick. Well, we'll just check. Like, he wakes up in... let me just check. He wakes up in his room, right? Yeah, without his glasses on. Yeah. Okay. I thought something a little different might be there. So yeah, you can see all the times he'll die here, of course, right? Unless that'd be interesting if you could actually kill him in multiple ways. But it probably doesn't matter because, yeah, I mean, either way you'd get healed up, you know, so you could either scope out the situation or you die. And then this one is, all right, call out to Arcuid or not. I wonder what the difference right there would be. But yeah, I'll be doing those off stream. But yeah, interesting that we're in the Arcuid route, but it's not like making it super obvious here. Yeah, I feel like we didn't even quite get this visual here, weirdly. Like, we kind of got it, but like they were like panning over it. So I don't think we actually got the full visual, but I could be wrong. Yeah, and I'm still like wondering, like, what's the latest that I could have switched routes? Because as far as I know, like I've said it before, as far as I know, this is where the route changes, as far as I know. So it's weird that it took until I got literally all the way into this day fully before it actually said that you're in the Arcuid route. So that's weird. Well, I mean, there you go. This is a good stopping point right here by reading this. I wake up in my own bed. My wounds hurt so bad I can barely walk. Still, I managed to survive. But yeah, I feel like we're around the halfway point. And yeah, this is where we start dealing with the church, I guess. So I'm aware of another vampire, I think it's a vampire, that ends up showing up. But I don't know what route. I mean, I don't know what the difference between the routes are, of course. It's interesting that Vlav was just the example kind of like, hey, this is how dangerous things can get. Anyway, he's dead now. So that's a little funny. But But yeah, we'll try to get through day 6 tomorrow. But we'll see. Depends how long that day is going to be. I feel like it's going to be a short day. Like, I feel like day 6 will be short, but then day 7 could be long. I guess it depends how Arkwood works, which is another interesting thing. So, I have seen vibes, let's say, like the vibe scenes of Arkwood just hanging out with Shiki, which is unlike anything I've seen in this game. Now, to be fair, when I saw these scenes, this was like 10 years ago or something. Where like part of it was like from the anime and part of it was from like a manga or something like that, where like, oh, Arkwood's just gonna be buddy with us, but you know, obviously up to this moment that's not the vibe that we've been getting. It's kind of been like, we're in the middle of a high stakes serious situation right here, so like now we're going into like a sort of slice of life vibe kind of, but we'll see. I mean, again, I'm wondering how much the this remake has changed stuff. So, yeah, see you tomorrow. It might be. I mean, I think it'll be a shorter stream, but you know, it's hard to predict. So, yep. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.